The Horrible Gamers podcast may contain content not suitable for all ages. Listener discretion is advised.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Horrible Gamers Podcast, show number 235, being recorded on December the 8th, 2018. I'm one of your hosts, Jesus Gonzalez, also known as Jesus Walks Out. Today, I'm joined by my friend from the West Coast, the best coast, Gunny Chief. Henley Merrill is back. Welcome back, Gunny. Welcome.
Hi. Hello, everybody. Happy holidays.
Hi. Merry Christmas, people. Feliz Navidad and Happy Hanukkah. Yeah. And
Festivus.
What else?
Festivus. Is that what it was called?
I don't know. Festivus and happy. Is it? What's that shit? Krampus?
It's
that German.
That
happy German holidays. Tradition. Krampusnacht. Yeah. Woo! Happy holidays, everybody. We love you all. And today we are joined by a special guest. A person that plays more State of Decay 2 than anyone I've ever met in my life. He probably knows everything about that game. Our friend from the Blaise Xperience Podcast, Derek Blaise. Welcome.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for the intro, Jesus. I'm happy to be back here,
Yeah. Thank you for joining us once again. You're back.
Yeah, thank you.
You can follow us on
Blaise
Twitter, ladies and gentlemen, at _horrible gamers. Leave us a review on iTunes, Google Podcast, thumbs up on Stitcher, all that good stuff. Make sure to tell your friends about us. Tell your people you're gaming with about us, your friends, your family, your coworkers, your girlfriend. If you're on a first date, make sure you mention us. She's totally going to be into you. Or he, or it. I mean, I don't know where you're dating.
Or them.
So mention us to them. There you go. And you can join our Facebook community at Horrible Gamers Podcast Community. You can find us on Facebook. We're a closed group. That means anything you post in the group, anything we post in the group is not visible by members outside of the group. All you have to do is answer three simple questions like, what's your favorite gaming platform? Do you listen to the Horrible Gamers Podcast? And something else. Or what's your favorite game or some shit? I don't know. Some stupid questions I put on there just to make sure we don't have any robots joining or whatever trying to sell us fake Ray-Bans. Feedback at horriblegamers.com is our email address. You can email us there at any given time. Just pick up your phone. Just go ahead. Tap that email icon. Send us an email and let us know what your thoughts are on the show. We would really appreciate it if you did that for us. And, yeah. So, let's get the show started. And
well, hold up. You said you don't want any robots to join the community, but you have robots on the podcast. I mean, what's up with that?
That's true.
We're anti-robot in the community, but we accept everybody on the show. It's
so
cool.
if any robot wants to join the call,
it's cool. If robots want to join this call, go ahead, robots, join the call. We accept you for who you are. We don't discriminate against robots here on the podcast, but I mean, some of the community members are not very, very welcoming to robots. They don't like them. It's just how it goes.
Yes, you're trying to protect the robots instead. Eat the robot.
Yeah. Patreon.com/Horrible Gamers is our Patreon. You can head there like Jonathan Hahn did, Alan Maybe, Joshua Wolf, Evan Tanaka, John Jerome, Adam Sunday, Clint Thiel, Dirty Bite, Robbie Wheat, and David Snyder, and Brian Capessa, and Nate Malice. Thank you guys for being Patreons. We really appreciate it. You guys are fucking awesome. Our intro song is done by Fowler and Twistics. It is called The Breakout, and our outro song is done by Broke for Free. It is called Night Owl. Let's get into some video games real quick. So this week, I played a little bit of Battlefield 5 recently. This morning, actually, I played some more Battlefield 5, where they got the new update out. So the Tides of War is now active. and it says 4 days left. I don't know what the fuck, how that even works, but 4 days left. And so I did the first challenge, which is you can pick what challenge you want to do, so you can, like, it lets you choose. I picked the one where you have to, like, supply 20 teammates with health bandages or health packs. And so I did that, and now I don't know what I get from that. I'm not 100% sure, but there's a little progression tree that is kind of locked. The more you progress, the more you unlock. So now the next challenge I have is, like, resupply 30 friendlies with, like, ammunition or something like that, or revive 20 teammates. Or there's different ones you can pick.
I hand those things out like candy.
Yeah, so I won't have a hard time getting it at all. And there's some that are, like, based on kills, get so many kills in a match, or survive longer than 5 minutes in a match, or survive longer than a few minutes in a match. Been doing those. Been playing lots of Battlefield. It's a fun game. Lots of fun. They've patched it quite a bit. So a lot of the bugs that we saw, like the turrets not turning when you were turning yourself, and, like, your crosshairs were turning, the turret wasn't moving on top of a tank. They've actually fixed that now. They've increased the damage that SMGs do a little bit, and slightly increased the range they have to make people use them a little bit more and play medic class a little bit more. It seems everybody's playing assault recently because that's what has the assault rifles. I wish, honestly, that they would just let you do it like Battlefield 4, where you can be an assault class, so you can be a medic or whatever, but you can have some of the assault weapons. Not all of them, at least some of them. Let us pick, like, the M1 or, whatever kind of rifle they have, so we can use those rifles as a medic. Or let us pick, like, a shotgun if we want to use a shotgun as a medic. Or let us pick, like, an LMG, just stuff like that. In Battlefield 4, they did it really well, where, like, even if you were a recon class, you can get a DMR rifle. You can get, like, a personal defense weapon or whatever. Like, little guns, some machine guns and stuff like that you can use instead of a sniper rifle. They don't have that option in this game. I don't know why they haven't gone back to that formula. Battlefield 4 seemed to have probably the best formula in the game, where it felt really balanced. And then
Jesus, correct me if I'm wrong,
balanced.
But Battlefield 4, didn't it first come out where maybe even medics were limited to the, like, LMG or something like that? But then that was an update, wasn't it, to Battlefield 4?
No, I don't think so.
Or did it start off that way?
I think it always started off that way, where you can just pick any gun you want, as long as you unlock the gun for that class or any class. That gun was across all classes, and you can just use it on all your classes. I think that's just how it worked.
Just to play devil's advocate, I'm just thinking maybe they're just starting off with Battlefield 5
I don't
in this
think so.
fashion, and then they're just going to see how the community reacts.
No, I think that they're going to try to stick to it like they did with Battlefield 1, where, like, only certain classes have certain weapons. I don't think that they're going to try to do anything where later on they patch it. I hope they do, but I sincerely doubt it. New map came out for Battlefield 5, that desert map with tanks. Also, a new mission came out for the story mode, like a new, like, campaign came out. If you haven't played Battlefield 5, the campaigns are based on different characters, and you can play them as you wish. So, like, there's one character, she's from Norway, she's a skier, like this chick that joined, like, this group of rebels that were fighting the Nazis that took over Norway. Another one, you're like a British guy who got released from prison. He joined this special squad because he knows how to make bombs, and they put him in this squad to go do this mission or whatever. Kind of like a Spec Ops mission. And then they have, like, another one where you're I forget the other one. You're a black dude in the French, I think part of the French army or the French Legion or something.
Legion. Yeah.
Where, you're just fighting the front lines against the Nazis coming into France and invading it. And the newest one is you're a tank commander for the Germans, actually. You are a tank commander for the German tank company or whatever in Africa. So there's that. I haven't played it yet, but I hear it's really, really well done. I hear that tank one is super fun because you're just in a fucking tank, right? You're just going through town, blowing shit up with your tank because you're a commander of a tank. So that sounds really cool. But that's really all I have to say about Battlefield 5. If you haven't played it by now and you're interested in it, right now it is on sale. It's on sale for like $35. I've seen it as low as $30. And actually, matter of fact, yesterday on Target, I was at Target, Christmas shopping or whatever, and there was a guy who actually was in front of me in line, and he bought the game, and it's on sale at Target. I remember the lady saying that.
Oh yeah, it was like half off.
It was on sale for like $40 at Target, like the disc version. At least he had the PS4 version. I don't know if the Xbox version is on sale too. I don't doubt it, but yeah, it rang up as $40 because he paid the lady $40 and whatever. So I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Like, it's on sale, so that's awesome. So check it out if you haven't yet. It's a good game. It's really fun. I like it a lot.
It is.
Other games I played this week, I tried a little bit of Ashen this morning. Ashen, it's not fun.
I think I saw this at E3, some gameplay.
It is not fun at all.
Are these the ones with the faces where they're sort of blank?
They have no face. You're just a blank head. You have a body and stuff, but you don't and you can customize the character. Like when you start off, it'll tell you like, what kind of skin color do you want? You could be like all the way white or all the way black. And they have like shades in between, like probably like 15 different shades. You could pick a bunch of different hairstyles. They ask you like different traits, like what do you want to have, like this, or whatever. And then I just did like whatever. I just kind of quickly went through that. And then like this long cutscene played about like the light and the dark, and the darkness faded, and whatever the fuck, the light faded or something. Something about some light. I went through a cave, attacked a couple enemies, looted some skeletons, and I'm just like, no.
Aren't you playing this in third person?
Yes.
Well, yeah. See, I don't understand why they would do that with the faces if it wasn't just first person.
I get it. It's an art style, and it would be fine if the game was fun. It's just not fun. Like going up to somebody and having to press X to pick something up, or A. I think it's A to pick it up. But then you have to pick like where you want to put it in your inventory slot. Like, do you want to put it in your backpack, or do you want to put it in your like person's like quick select inventory, like to use? And I'm just like, this is fucking lame. And then I got out of the cave, kept playing a little bit more, and now I'm in a forest, and it's like, okay, follow this guy who's like your partner. I forget his name. It's like Jack or Jeek or some shit, or Jakev or some weird name. Follow him to like the next checkpoint, or like some stone that you have to activate or whatever. So I'm running behind him, and like a bunch of enemies start attacking us. And the combat is not fun. The combat is very slow. You have to pull the trigger. It's like, why didn't they put the combat as X or something? I feel like pulling the trigger feels like it's too slow. The way the guy swings the bat or whatever I have is like a stick or something.
You could probably just remap it if you needed to.
And yeah, you have to swing it, and then I'm swinging it, and then the dude is like just super slow, and I'm like, this is not fun. I'm not having fun with it at all. I don't like it. It's not
so
to
it
say
sounds like the gameplay is kind of like cumbersome a little bit, or
it is, because then it's telling me like, okay, equip your, like during the middle of combat, right? Like there's an enemy in front of me, and it's like telling me press down or press start to equip your items. So I press start, and like it pulls up my little inventory screen, and it tells me, okay, equip the shield on your left hand or whatever. So I'm like, okay, I pick the shield, and it's like, okay, now drag it up and put it in the left hand. So I put it in the left hand slot. Okay, like now equip your consumables, like your health and your stamina, because you have a stamina bar and a health bar. It tells you pick your stamina and your health food and put it in your quick eating box or whatever. So I put it in the box, and you eat your stamina boost with like X. So it's pretty quick to like heal yourself up. You just press X real quick, and the guy will eat something real fast, and you'll heal up really quick, or you get your stamina back really fast. But that was all during the middle of combat. Like I'm getting hit as I'm trying to do this. I'm like, why doesn't the game not fucking stop? What the fuck?
Right.
It makes no sense. Like, yeah, like why is the game not pausing when I'm in this screen? It's like they're trying to, like, I don't know what they're trying to do there. There's no reason for the game not to pause during that tutorial. It's kind of like a tutorial area almost, where it's teaching you how to combat and how to equip your inventory items. Because before that, I didn't know how to equip them, right? So it's teaching you how to equip your items. But it's like, okay, there's an enemy in front of me, and I have to get out of the screen to fight him real quick to then go back into the screen and do this. It's not very fun to do that. I just didn't like it. Honestly, didn't like it. I might give it another chance. Might go back into.
I mean, I think how you started this kind of sums it all up. Like the way you're like Ashen, then you pause for a second. It's not fun.
Because it just isn't. It wasn't. It was not fun. I mean, I don't know how many games do that where it tells you to pause to equip an item, and the combat doesn't stop. I mean, Skyrim, the combat stops. In Zelda, the combat, and all these games, the combat stops. In this one, it just doesn't.
Well, or the other thing that it probably should do is, let's say if it isn't a tutorial where the enemy needs to be like super easy to kill, and then once you kill it, then I can see it then going into, hey, okay, so this is how you equip items and do this or
that. The enemies are not hard to kill. I'm not going to sit here and say the enemies are hard to kill. They're not hard to kill. They're pretty easy to kill. They're 3 hits. Most of them are 3-hit kills. But I just wanted to stop, or at least slow down the enemies into like slow motion or something, and make them move really slow while I sit here and equip these items. This is not an online game. Why the hell am I not pausing the screen when I do this? It just wasn't. I just didn't like it. I'm gonna just say it right now. I didn't like the game. It's not fun. I'm glad it came on Game Pass, because if I would have paid for this fucking thing, I'd be demanding a refund from Microsoft right now. I'd be like, give me my fucking refund. Fuck this shit. You know what I mean? I want a refund right now. This is some garbage. But yeah, there's that.
Well, if they ever make a sequel, maybe they'll, kind of title it for you. It'll be Ashen 2, It Is Fun.
I hope so. Oh, man.
Now with fun added.
Yeah, now with fun. Other games I played this week, I went back and played some Bomber Crew. So this is a game on Game Pass, of course. You heard me talk about it before. It's an airplane game where you have to command your little bomber people to, fly the plane and drop the bombs and switch them to different guns and heal them as you're getting in dogfights or whatever. You're in a big B2
Yeah, I
bomber.
tried that for a little bit after you talked about it, too. I think Gunny watched me when I streamed it.
Yes.
It was definitely hard when you said it, because you said it was hard when you were talking about it, and I would agree it is hard. I mean, did you try the keyboard support for it, Jesus, or no?
Not at all. No, I'm not a keyboard and mouse player, so I'm not interested in that. Going back into it, I was like, oh fuck, the controls are kind of hard. I kind of forgot them, but right away, like I figured him out again. I'm like, oh, I remember this. Boom, boom, boom. It just all came back to me, man. And the first mission I flew on when I came back, it was like one of the hard missions, because right now I'm probably 3 main missions away from beating the campaign, so I'm pretty far in the game.
Oh, nice.
And my bomber is all upgraded, right? Like I have probably the best armor I could possibly have at that point. Like I've unlocked some of the best armor I can have, and I have my plane fully upgraded. So we take off to do this mission, and the mission is like, yo, you need to go blow up this thing. And as we're blowing that thing up, it's like, oh, by the way, all of a sudden, the commander calls in a real quick new objective. As you are flying back to base, I'm getting shot at by fucking planes. I'm calling in for the Spitfighters to come and help me, because you can upgrade your characters to call in for backup, and you get these little fighter planes that take off from your base. But you have to wait for them to fly to you, and then they fly with you for about a minute or two, and then they take off back to base because they have to refuel.
So a cooldown on that?
There's a long cooldown on that, yes. A long cooldown. The cooldown is probably a 2 or 3, 4 minute cooldown. So I'm flying my fucking plane, and, we blow up the 2 objectives. I think it was the landing on Normandy is what it was. It was the Americans are going to land on Normandy. You have to go take out these bunkers for them or whatever. So all right, okay, we're taking off. We take off. We blow up the bunkers. It's okay, head back to base. And we're flying back to base, and all of a sudden the commander's like, oh, we got a new objective. You need to go blow up this airplane base that's over here. And I look at the map, and the airplane base is way past the front line. So I'm like, okay, we're okay. We're still alive. Let's get in there. My plane's a little beat up, but we can make it. So we turn the plane around. We head back into the enemy territory, and we blew up the base. We blew up the airplane base or whatever the hell it was. But on the way back, dude, my whole airplane just got fucking wrecked, dude. I was calling in for backup. My tail gunner died, and then I was trying to get my engineer to revive him, but then my oxygen system went down, my electronics went down, so I couldn't call for backup. My people started dying in the plane. And then all of a sudden, like 2 of my engines fell off of the plane. And my engines are on fire. My airplane's going down. And all of a sudden, like the airplane, like the 3 engines fell. And I have 1 engine left. Like 1 engine was keeping this plane alive. Like in the air, just barely trotting along. And all of a sudden, the fucking engine of the plane just like stops. It's like, boom, it broke in midair, dude. And I'm behind enemy lines. Like, my team is, like, way back there. So the plane starts going down, and, like, you got this ace pilot coming in and swooping and attacking us. And the ace pilots are a little bit tougher than the regular planes that come attack you. They're, like, more skilled or whatever. And, you know, I got all these planes attacking us. And 2 of my guys died in the plane because they got shot, and I couldn't revive them because I didn't have enough med kits to revive both of them. So I revived 1, and then he went down again. So 2 of my gunners are dead. My pilot is almost dying. Everyone's dying in the plane, dude. And the plane just fucking smashed into the ground. Because I was flying at high altitude. I was trying to, like, avoid the flat guns or whatever. So I told the pilot to go to the maximum altitude. And then he was flying, you know, high altitude when the plane went down. So, like, for, like, a minute, I'm sitting here watching my characters freak the fuck out. Because the plane is, like, in a nosedive straight towards the ground from, like, the sky, like way up in the sky. The plane's just in a fucking nosedive, and I'm telling the pilot to like initiate an emergency landing, right? Like I'm telling him emergency landing, and he's like emergency landing, but he can't fucking land the plane. The plane has like no landing gear, nothing. Like the fucking plane engines. Is gonna crash. Yeah, it has no engines, nothing. Like he's gonna go into the ground full speed with the fucking gears down, and then. So like I halfway through the sky, I tell the people to bail out. Like I tell all the people on the plane, like just bail out. Fuck the dead bodies. Fuck everything. Just bail out. And so they're trying to run to get the parachutes, and when that happens, the back part of the plane just broke off. Like the tail part of the plane just boom, it just broke off. So then the plane started spinning, and you see the little characters just flying out of the plane. Yeah, you gotta say like. Oh yeah, like 1 person survived that plane crash. I think 1 out of like 8 people that were on the plane or 7 people that were on the plane. 1 character survived. I was so pissed, dude. I'm like, how the hell did he survive? But he survived.
I mean, I definitely give you props though, because when I tried it, like I didn't try it very long, and on a controller, especially with this game, like it's so hard to keep up because everything's happening at once, and you can't actually move over to the stuff you want to do fast enough. So, like, I think this, like you were saying when you first talked about it on the podcast, I mean, this is definitely a game that if you have a mouse, you could do so good at this game. Mm-hmm. I could just imagine with the mouse, I could click so fast, I could move around so fast, but with a controller, it's so difficult because you might want to do something with your gunner that's in the back of the plane. You might want to like drop a bomb with the guy that's way in the front of the plane. Like, there's just so much happening at once, and there's like planes attacking you. You have to tell them to attack those planes. Like, there's too much happening for a controller for me. So, like, I definitely give you props that you made it as far as you did because I only made it through a couple missions.
Yeah, but then once like everybody died, like the mission was over, but we completed the mission, like we did our objectives, so that was a good thing. I still got a bonus for that, for completing the actual objectives, but I got a new plane, and the new plane wasn't as upgraded as my old plane, so like now I have to upgrade that slowly, which I've done now, and I had to hire new people. Like you have to recruit a new pilot, a new gunner, a new, like whoever died on the plane, you have to recruit a new person in that slot. And they're not like as leveled up as my old people were, because my old people were pretty high level because they were with me from like the beginning of the game, right? Like 1 person had died since the beginning of the game. Like I had my full crew from the beginning, so they were super leveled up. And these new guys are like level 4, level 5, and these guys were like level 12, level 13.
So these are like your Game of Thrones characters. Just don't care about any of them. Yeah,
pretty much. They can always die and you can always replace them, but I mean...
it's too bad that you can't like recruit a set of red shirts because okay, this mission's gonna be really dangerous. Let me send in the red shirt team. That way, in case they die, they die.
Yeah. You go, guys.
Yes.
Because there's been a few missions where like it was really difficult. Like I mean, one of them, what was it? We did a mission, and one of my guys died because what happened was I sent him to the wing of the plane to like seal up. The fuel tank, because the fuel tank has started leaking, and the problem was that my other fuel tank, because you have 2 fuel tanks on the plane, had already been shot up. So I transferred all the fuel to the other fuel tank, but then that one started leaking. So we're flying in like high altitude, and I tell the dude, go to the wing to fix the thing. And he's on there fixing it. And all of a sudden, like, something happened where the plane kind of hit like a little bump or something in the sky. And all you see is the characters just like, boom, just fly off of the wing. I was like, oh, shit. There goes my radio operator. He's fucking dead. You know what I mean? Like, I felt really bad. I was like, oh, well, that...
Imagine what's going through his head. He's like, oh, shit.
I was like, well, he's dead as fuck. I mean, okay, I guess we're going to fly back with 6 people, you know, whatever. We're missing one guy. But the game is a lot of fun, though, and it's super, super fun. And a lot of people on my friends list actually play the game. I actually see some people on my friends list that have, like, a lot of kills. I have a lot of kills, but there's, like, one guy on my friends list that's taken down, like, 3,000 airplanes or something, or 5,000 enemy airplanes, and I have probably like 1,000 something or 2,000 or something like that. But he's taken out way more than I have, and I'm like, holy fuck, he must be playing it a lot. And there's a challenge mode where you can just like, you get like a regular crew. It's not part of your main story, but it's like a regular like airplane crew, and you pretty much like, it's a challenge mode where you have to like survive in the sky as long as you can. And you can pick up like little fuel packs or whatever that'll fuel up your plane, and you just have to survive as long as you can. And like they'll give you like an objective, like go blow this up, and then you got to go blow that up.
That's cool. I don't think I tried that mode.
Yeah, it's a fun game. They got a new DLC out too called the Night Raid, which I'm assuming takes place in a nighttime setting. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's a harder DLC than the main game, but There's night and day cycles during the regular game, though. Like, there's missions where I do it, like, in the daytime or in the nighttime or, like, in the dawn or, you know, or evening where it's about to go down.
Yeah,
you know,
I think I had to do a nighttime mission where I had to, like, bomb a ship or something like that at night.
Yeah.
Remember it. Yeah.
There's missions like that in the game where you have to go do them at night, and those are kind of tricky because sometimes there's, like, rain, too. So, like, during the time where it's raining, your plane has to fly really low or above the clouds, because if it's low, it can see the ground, so your navigator can give you directions where to go. But if you're flying at mid-altitude, he can't see below the clouds, so he can't see where he's going, and he can't see the sky above to like get to be guided by the stars. So like you have to either fly really high or really low. And if you fly really high, the problem with that is your crew gets cold, and if you don't have them equipped with like thermal like boots and gloves and vests,
right, that makes sense.
It makes them get cold, and they die from the coldness. Like they can go down, and you have to revive them from the coldness.
Hypothermia.
And that's kind of shitty because, you know, like that happened to me a few times where like I didn't equip my gunners with like thermal boots or thermal gloves, so like they were freezing, but the rest of my crew was fine. Like everybody in the front was like, "Oh, we're fine, guys," and they were just flying through like super high, but the guys in the back were dying. And I was like, "Oh, I gotta go back down." You know, you gotta fly low. But there is a strategy to the game. Like sometimes there's radars, you know, that the enemies put up, and you can fly really high above the radar, so the radar doesn't pick you up, or fly around it. You can put custom waypoints to make your plane fly a certain direction. Lots of stuff like that. Good game. Good fucking game. I love it a lot.
And I know you haven't got there yet, but do you think there's like an end mission that's like, okay, this is your final mission here or something? Do you think there's like that? Or no?
Oh, there is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is. Because, I mean, like I said, I'm 3 missions from the end. Like 3 main missions. Because you have like all these little missions that are just little missions.
Right.
And sometimes it'll be like a really easy mission. It'll be like, this mission is green because it's super easy. All you gotta do is go blow up this fuel depot or something. And it's really short, really easy. There's no ace fighters. Just go and do it really fast. And those are super easy. And for the most part, there's like these like red missions. And they'll tell you like, if you do this one mission, the enemy, like their flak guns or whatever, they won't be as powerful for the next 2 or 3 missions if you go do this one. But if you do this one, they won't send out as many fighters for the next 2 missions. So you gotta have like, you kind of gauge like, okay, if I do this one, I get this advantage. If I do this one, I get this advantage. Or you can just keep doing critical missions, which the critical missions are the ones that are like story-based missions. Those are like the main mission of the campaign or whatever. So you can choose what you want to do.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Cool.
Other stuff I played this week, some more Red Dead Redemption 2 online. If you haven't known, Rockstar has now made changes to the online economy where they've balanced some of the gun purchases, some of the skin purchases, like all that stuff where like people buy skins from you, like the vendors. You can sell them for a lot more now. You can buy weapons for a lot cheaper now, and they've actually refunded people the money, the difference. If you bought a gun before this patch, if you bought a gun, Rockstar actually is going back and giving you back the money. That's the difference, from the new price, from the price you paid. So if you paid cool. $500, if you pay like $500 for a gun or $400 for a gun or whatever, and it's now $200 or $150, they'll give you back that money that you paid extra. And on top of that, they're giving you $250 of Red Dead Online cash to start off with, which is a lot of money because you start off with nothing. So they give you $250 for logging in. And on top of that, they're giving you 15 gold bars. To get all that, you had to have logged in before Friday, midnight time. You had to at least logged in once to the online to get that reward. So if you didn't do that and you're listening to this now, it's too late.
I forgot to log in last night.
You should have logged in.
You reminded me too, and I was like, yeah, I'll do that. Thank you.
Because I have 17 and a half gold bars, and I have about $800 on me, which is a lot of money. Because I already had like 350 on my character, and I'm assuming they gave me the 250 for, the online, reward thing. And then on top of that, they refunded some of the money I spent on guns that I bought. Like I bought a bow and arrow, so they probably refunded me some money for that because they probably lowered the price of that. And I've also bought some rifles. I think I bought like a varmint rifle. And I think they've also refunded money for ammunition. If you bought ammunition for weapons and it was expensive, and they lowered the price on it a little bit, you
so
actually
anything in the
refund.
store.
Yeah, pretty much. Anything you bought in the store that got like lowered, you got a refund for it. So now I have like $800. I got in there last night and I was like, holy fuck, I'm rich. But I don't know what to do with that money now. So I was just kind of just messing around, hunting. And the online community seems to be pretty cool. For the most part, I haven't run into crazy people that just kill you. I mean, there has been some, but not as much as you'd think. For the most part, like every guy that I run into, it's just like, hey, dude, I'm hunting over here. You want to join me? You can. And they'll be like, oh, be careful. Like there was a pack of wolves that came after me, but I outran them, and they were up here somewhere, so keep an eye out. Like last night, I was playing, and some dude was like, yeah, man, I'm up here hunting. You want to join me? You can. And we were up there just hunting together.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you could do that. I guess in the free room you can.
Everything you can do in the regular game, you can do in this game, in the online.
Sweet. Everything.
Fishing, hunting, all that shit is there. Well, gambling isn't, but I'm pretty sure they're going to add that into the game. But yeah, I've been having lots of fun with that. Red Dead Online.
I also played some Red Dead Online.
Did you?
Yeah, so my first impressions, because I only played for maybe an hour, and it starts you out where it's just, you're just kind of by yourself. And once it throws you into that online with like random players, I mean, the random players were actually pretty cool. Like one guy was like, I came in, it's like, oh yeah, so everybody meet over here, there's a objective. I'm like, okay, it's my first time playing. Yeah, so just take your horse and come over here. I'm like, all right. So then he was already with his friend. And one of the things I noticed was when I got on my horse, and anytime you do make like a U-turn, and if another player is coming, I totally launched him off of his horse. I was like, what the fuck is going on, right? And he goes flying. I'm like, oh man, I'm so sorry about that. And then he comes over, he goes, oh, I got to revive my horse. I'm like, man, I apologize, So I'm totally new at the online thing. So it's all right. I had a revive. All right. So he does that. And I noticed once the players, and it might just be my TV or something, but once they get maybe 20 or 30 feet away, I noticed that their gamer tags disappear. So you can't tell who's who.
You got to keep an eye on your mini map. It'll show you a pink little dot where people are at, so you know that.
Okay.
It's not that hard.
Because I'm like, who do I shoot? Holy shit! I don't know who's who. So until you actually get close, then it'll actually show who's in your posse.
Yeah, I fucking love the online. Man. The game is so good. Red Dead Online is so good.
And the guys that I played with were actually pretty cool because we got to the place where we were supposed to be, and then it was like a shootout, which was cool. And so 2 of the teammates were down. They're like, hey, come revive us, right? And I'm like, all right. So I get over there and I'm hiding behind one of these barrels and I'm shooting guys. And I'm like, man, I can't get over there, guys. And then they both basically have to respawn, right? So, and you respawn like super quick, just like in the single player game, which I thought was really nice. And like close by to where the action is. And once they revive and then I go down, and then I respawn and I end up where I'm like inside the stable where, there's horses. He's like, all right, let's get out of here. Just take this horse over here. I was like, all right. So I take the horse and I take off and fall on the guys. And I'm like, man, this horse's stamina's going down. So I jump onto like a AI player's horse, right? I'm like, wait a minute. This is a horse stealing mission. I'm like, what the fuck what am I doing? He goes, oh yeah, you have to be on the horse, right? That you took out of the stable. I'm like, man, I'm totally screwing this up. So I'm like, all right, stop, U-turn, knock off another one of my players off his horse. And he goes flying. I'm like, I totally botched the whole thing, but went back, got my horse, came back, and then they were like, hey, it's cool, man, you're kind of new at it, but yeah, don't make like sudden-ass U-turns, in front of players, because that'll fuck them up, so. But
such a noob, Gunny, jeez.
Oh my gosh, I was totally a noob, man. And I was like, that's probably a helpful tip, though, because I didn't think about, somebody in my posse being behind me, and then here I am just, like, flipping a 180 in the middle of the road, and, here they go flying 100 feet in the air,
that kind of
ragdolling the whole way, and I'm just like, oh, my God,
I probably would have done it, too, because, I haven't even played the game yet, so.
But, it just brings me back to Red Dead 1, where you have weight to your player, It's not like just a regular ass game where you stop and you like literally like stop on a dime, where this one's actually got physics, horse physics, and the way your character moves, everything about this game is just, they really thought it out. So
yeah, you don't want to stop in the middle of the road, pretty much. That's what you're trying to say.
But I think that mission I was talking about with the horses, I think it continues on. You end up fighting like actual other real players?
No, you end up fighting NPCs or whatever.
Dude, but then I swear they were in red, so maybe they were NPCs, but that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just action-packed the whole way, so. But yeah, now I've landed where I have my camp, and I got the dude over there who's helping me. He set it all up and everything and went through the story pieces of it, so. Yeah.
So, yeah, I've been doing lots of that. So lots of Red Dead Online. It's a fun game. I'm probably going to play more of it this evening, to be honest. Other game I played this week, Star Wars Battlefront 2. The new DLC came out with General Grievous is now a new character in the game. Obi-Wan Kenobi is now added to the game. The Battle of Genesis is now added to the game. So I actually played in that DLC. Been playing the Conquest, the big mode or whatever it's called, big battle or whatever. Played on that new map. That new map is fucking huge. Like, it's like a Battlefield map, if not bigger than a Battlefield map. It is fucking huge. I was like, holy shit. There's like so much things going on around you. Like, if you look around the map, there's like there's like a lot of just troopers fighting, like the droids or whatever, and the droids are coming in, and the droids have like these huge walker things. And it's just fucking nuts, dude. It was like, holy shit. It was fun. Lots of fun.
DICE has been busy.
There was lots of Jedis fighting everywhere. Fucking Yoda fighting like these fucking Jedis and shit. It was fucking cool. So there was that. And then Dead Cells. Dead Cells. Have you heard of a game called Dead Cells, guys?
I think maybe Ryan should play this game. I think it's like right up his alley.
I went to today, because I pay attention, and about good games, and I went and I saw that this was on sale because the first time I heard about it was at the Game Awards and won Best Action Game. So I was like, you know what, I might check this game out. Might as well try it. Might as well be the one on the show that tries this.
Yeah, I mean, someone's got to, right?
I've tried it before, so.
Yeah, no one else has really ever played this. So I went ahead and bit the bullet and I bought this game, and I gotta say it's a pretty damn good game, guys. It's a good game. See how I started this? It's a good game. I didn't say it's not fun. That means it's a good game.
Hold on, Jesus. I just got a message from Ryan.
What do you say?
STFU? I don't know. That's towards you, but you can read it later. Just continue on with what you were saying.
Fuck Ryan. Anyways.
I mean, someone should have told you that this game was good earlier.
Right, we didn't know about this game until the awards, Ryan.
Someone should have told the community about this game because, let me tell you, this game is like it's such a cool little platformer where you have like this fucking bow and this sword. You're running through the map and you're killing these enemies, and the soundtrack is incredible, and you keep dying over and 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 over. But you collect these little souls and you take them to this guy. I don't know what the fuck his name is. You give him the souls, and he takes the souls and he like crafts things for you. So like one of the things you can craft is like a little potion upgrade. You can like heal yourself with this potion, and you can actually upgrade that twice. And then you can actually like upgrade different things that are permanent. They're permanent upgrades. So like every time you start like a new life, you can pick between a shield and a bow. That's like right there. You can pick one up, but you can only pick one of the items up. So like picking up the bow gives you a ranged attack, so you can like shoot people, like the enemies, with the bow and not have to get up close to them as much. Or you can pick the shield up, which helps you block enemies hitting you, but now you don't have the ranged weapon, so like it's a trade-off there. You can choose either or you could take the bow and the shield if you wanted to, like fuck the sword. I'm just going to be a ranged attacker, and just block all the shit that people throw at me or shoot at me or try to hit me with. I'm just going to shoot everybody. I haven't done that, but you could do that if you wanted to. I generally go for the bow, and you take off running, and all of a sudden when you take off running, you see a little timer starts going up. It says like 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. So you realize real quick, you're like on this timer, like it's timing you. And when it's timing you because there's certain doors in the map where you're platforming up and down, left and right. You go backwards, forwards, up, down, up. The more there's some doors that you can get to, the more you play, you'll figure this out. That are timed, and they're in certain locations on the map. Where like you'll get to the door and sometimes it'll be like, oh, sorry, this door closed 20 seconds ago. You cannot unlock it. You should have got here 20 seconds earlier and you would have been able to go through this door to get like what's ever behind it. Which usually when I've got into them and I got into those doors, it's been a few times now, they usually have like these little jars that have like 10 souls in them, which is a lot. They have like a little upgrade because you can pick up upgrades as you run through the map. There's like these little things that have like an upgrade. You can upgrade I think it's called your survivability, your attack, like your red attack and your purple attack, which is your ranged weapons. You can upgrade either one. You can choose one. So it gives you a choice, like which one do you want to pick? And you pick one. When you pick one, you also get like an XP boost and you get like a little like health boost. You get more health now, like. Instead of having 100 health, now you have 150 health or 125 or 200 health or whatever. The more of those you find and the more of those you pick up, the more powerful your character becomes, right? Because he has now more damage. He could do more damage with certain weapons, and he has more health. Also, there's these mutations that you pick up after you give the guy your souls. You give opens up a little door. You keep going to there. You have to spend all your souls before you move forward, so you have to pick, okay, am I going to go to upgrade this or I'm going to upgrade this? So you have to kind of spend all of them at once. And then the door opens, you get to talk to this lady or whatever, and she's like, hey, I got a mutation for you. And you're like, what the fuck's a mutation, right? So then she gives you a list, and in that list, it'll be like a mutation for different things. So some of it is more damage. You can do more damage with grenades or traps that you find in the map and equip. Or you can do more damage with your sword. Or there's one that every time you kill an enemy, they drop 2 health points for you, so you get 2 HP back. And there's another one where you can get 30% or 30 more points towards your health automatically. Your health bar will go up 30 points if you get that mutation. Or there's one where you can get a second chance. If you die, you don't have to restart. It'll give you a revive, and you get to start right there where you're at. It'll start you right there, and you can keep going if something kills you.
That's a lot of choices you get.
So you get lots of choices there, right? So
That is
usually
cool,
I tend to go for like the 2 health points, like get the 2 health points for like healing up when I kill an enemy, or I'll go for like the extra life, like get an extra life because that's super helpful. And I've gotten kind of, there's this one level that I get to every time, I can't get past it. Every fucking time, man. I've gotten pretty far in it. Like one time I found a boss. And the problem with the bosses are like you find them, right? And then you have to fight them. But it'll say on them like they're elite or whatever. They're like an elite boss or an elite enemy or whatever. And as you're fighting them, you kind of figure out their pattern or what they do. Sometimes they'll shoot things at you. Sometimes they slam at you. Sometimes they jump towards you and attack you and slam on the ground and attack you and it takes a lot of health away from you. Or sometimes they throw bombs at you. And you kind of have to dodge them, right? But the problem with dodging them is a lot of the times they'll spawn like little enemies next to them. So like say you dodge behind them and now you're hitting them from the back. All of a sudden an enemy will spawn behind you and they'll start attacking you. And there's different kinds of enemies that could spawn. Usually they spawn like these guys that are like little goblins or whatever. They like jump at you from like a distance and slam towards you. Or they can smack you if you're right in front of them. So those enemies take quite a bit of health points from you if they hit you. So it gets really tough when you find a boss. But the cool thing is when you kill the boss, you get a permanent upgrade towards something. Like you get a permanent thing that you can keep. Even if you die. Like your next character will have it. But yeah, when you die, everything resets. Like your health bar goes back to 100. Your weapons reset. You don't have the same weapons. If you had an upgraded sword that you found somewhere, or all that shit is gone. You have to restart with the same rusty sword, pick up the bow in the beginning, and run it again. Figure it out, man.
Yeah.
And every time you run through the map will change for you, and it'll be a little bit different. This next time you run through it, it'll be like, now the map is this way. Like now you can go up or down. You can't go straight. You have to go up or down. Or now you can only go up. Or now you can only go down. And it'll send you to different locations every time you respawn. Super cool though. I'm having lots of fun. Great soundtrack. Great game. I could definitely see why I won Action Game of the Year because there's a lot of action, dude. Like I went into a room and I'm like, okay, like because sometimes you can see like. It's a platformer, so you can kind of see like the level above you and the level below you. And you see like little enemies walking around and you're like, okay, I know what that guy does. I know what that guy does. I know that guy's an archer, so he's going to try to shoot an arrow at me. So sometimes they have little patterns, like they have like patterns the way they're walking. And sometimes you can slam down from them. If you're above them, you can slam down and kind of like take hits off of them.
Like a ground pound?
Yeah, like a ground pound. You kind of like slam on top of their head. And sometimes that'll kill them. Or it'll just confuse them. It'll daze them. And you see like little stars above their head. So they can't attack you when they're dazed. They're just sitting there for a second. And you can just keep slamming X and attacking them. So like sometimes I'll wait for like both of them to kind of walk together and slam down on both of them. And like, yeah, they're both dazed. So now you're down there just slashing at them and then they die. And you're like, fuck, you feel so good when you're able to do stuff like that. The only thing that's on the back of my mind when I'm doing that is I'm wasting precious seconds here waiting for these guys to walk in the same exact path and be in the same exact spot. Because there's time doors. You got to get to those doors.
Oh, yeah.
In a certain time. So, like, all that stuff is going on in your head when you're playing the game. You have, like, these timers going in your head. You're like, I got a fucking timer I got to beat. You got these things you got to unlock. You got these upgrades you got to find. And sometimes there's hidden areas where you'll find, like, food. Or you'll find something, like... I found a door where, like, there was a prisoner inside the door. He was, like, in a cell. And you slam on the door, it's like, ch-ch-ch-ch. It's like, somebody's in there. And the guy's like, what do you want? And you keep knocking on the door and you keep slamming on it. And then the guy will, like, throw out a piece of chicken at you or something. Like, here you go. It's a piece of chicken. Eat the chicken. And now your health goes up a little bit. Like, it'll heal you up a little bit. Or sometimes you'll be the one inside the cell. Like, you'll find a room. And you go in there, and then you find the door is locked, and the guy will be like, "Oh, hey, I'm on the right side of the door this time. Goodbye." And you're the one stuck inside the cell, so you can like scavenge the cell real quick and find like food in there or whatever, or like a secret. It'll be like it'll tell you like a little secret, like, oh, if you go here, 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 like this might be here. So you get like little hints towards things. And sometimes you run into the same kind of NPCs, or sometimes they'll be dead. It's kind of funny. Like the game is just Really well done, and I'm enjoying it a lot. I bought it for like $16 or something on the Xbox store today or yesterday. And like from the moment I started the game, it just goes, man. It's just like the music starts playing. You're like, all right, you hit with X and you shoot your arrows with Y, you dodge with B, and you jump with A. Super simple. Like, let's go, full speed, boom. You're just running. So fucking cool, man.
Sweet, I gotta play this game.
Fucking cool. Like, just thinking about it makes you want to go play it right now. That's how good this game is. And it's not like the graphics, they're not very impressive. These are like blocky graphics or whatever, you know, like, but it's so fucking good. The soundtrack, everything just
it's got colors.
It blends so well together, like the atmosphere, the music, the setting, and then every time you start like a new level, or every time you die and you restart, you jump up and you see like these little jars above, and like all these little glass jars are hanging, and they'll show your upgrades in the jars. Like if you upgraded your like your little potion vial, it'll show it like in a little jar, like your potion vial is in this little jar, and like if you upgraded this, it'll show it like on these little jars. And I'm pretty like there's a lot of jars up there. There's like
a chandelier style thing.
Yeah, there's like probably like 100 jars up there. So I'm assuming like there's probably like 100 upgrades in this game that you can get to finally beat the whole game, you know, to get through the map without trouble. And even though, and Ryan's played hundreds of hours of this shit, and he says that like even with like the amount of time he's put into the game, he hasn't beat the main boss yet.
Yeah, I think he said he's still having issues with it.
Like,
well, maybe not.
That is fucking crazy, man. That is crazy. You know what I mean? Like, to think he's put that much time into it and he hasn't beat the main boss. Like, that shows you like the replayability and the replay value that this game gives you. It gives you so much replay value because
I think he said he got like to the end and then he lost at the end or something.
Yeah, because every time you
start, he got super close.
Every time you restart, you can start from the beginning, dude. You're like, oh fuck, I have to start all over. Gotta find my way over there again. But you, like I said, you get to certain maps or certain locations where you know, like, okay, like I know where the time door is in this area. Like I gotta go down. So like your instinct is automatically start running, slamming open the doors that are, because there's little doors you can slam open. You keep running to the area, keep opening doors, and then boom, all right, I could go down. You start going down, and boom, you find the elevator to go down to the time door. And sometimes you'll get there with just enough time to open the door. Like it'll be like there's 10 seconds left to open the door, and you open it and you feel so good. Because you're like, fuck, I got here just in time, you know, to open this door. Or sometimes you'll get there and it'll be like, oh, sorry, the door locked 3 minutes ago. Sucks for you. Like you just can't get to it. Sorry, dude. Like the door's just locked now. Forever.
I think I remember talking to Ryan about it. I was like, Ryan, I think there's something wrong with this game when we first got it on Steam, and this is back before it even showed like the upgrades. This is like so early on, and it was like, yeah, like the doors, like you can like interact with them, but they won't open. He's like, interesting. Yeah, I have no idea why they won't open. So, but now we know.
Yeah, they're on a timer, man. So much cool thing. And there's certain doors, like you get to like a certain door that won't unlock for you, and sometimes it's because they have like a little switch, and it'll be like, this door is locked. You must find the switch to unlock it. So then you start platforming up to the different levels above you or below you, and then you'll find like the little thing you got to stand on, and then you stand on it real quick or run over it or whatever, and it'll be like, you hear like a little unlocking noise, and it'll be like, this door is now unlocked for you. So now you can go back to the top and go to that door that just got unlocked for you. There's also doors that have like a paid thing where like you have to pay them so many coins to unlock the door because there's something valuable behind it. Like it'll be like, behind this door there's an upgrade, or there's a weapon back there, or like there's a like an upgraded trap or a grenade or something that you can use. And you can equip that stuff, but you got to pay to get to the door. You have to pay 2,000 gold to get to this door, or 1,500 or 1,400 or 1,000. So you have like little coins you pick up. The more enemies you kill, you get like these gems or whatever that turn into gold. And there's that. And also when you die, there's like upgrades. Like you can keep so much of your gold, you know. Like I think I've upgraded that twice now, so now I can keep up to 6,000 gold coins every time I die. You know, my character will spawn and there'll be a little gold pouch right there, and I could pick it up real quick, and it'll be like, oh, you have 5,000 coins, you know, that you must have had last time when you died. And okay, start going. And you keep going. And it's fucking cool, man. It's just so much fun. It's like this game, I can't believe it. Like, Ryan was so right.
We didn't know, right? We didn't know. You know what, Ryan?
I had no faith in Ryan, and after this, I'm putting all my
Awards.
faith in Ryan. I'm going to pray to Ryan from now on after this.
If you say it's a good game, Ryan, we're going to believe you.
Yeah.
We're not going to wait for the Game Awards or E3.
Next time Ryan tells me this is a good game, I might just listen to him a little bit more.
We're going to pay attention.
I thought he was full of shit, because he's all hyped about pinball. Like, Ryan will tell you pinball is the greatest fucking thing in the world, and it isn't. I think pinball is kind of stupid sometimes. Like, it's okay, but it's not the funnest thing in the world, man. Like, I could play it for a few matches, but I get bored of that shit real quick. But this game, he was so right that, like, I am telling people, if you had doubts, have no doubts about it. The game is so much fun. It's an incredible fucking game. Just play it. Just play it.
Do you think they'd ever put it in Game Pass?
No. It's so good. It's so good they don't have to. They don't.
Yeah.
If Microsoft went to these guys and said, let's put your game on Game Pass, they would be like, pay us like $20 million
especially after
or
winning
something.
the award now, I think they wouldn't do it because they're like, well, we just won an award.
Yeah.
Right, and it's probably an indie studio, and they don't want to, lose money. So it's already cheap. It's $16. What can you lose?
$16. It's so good. Like, I would have paid full price for this. Now,
Oh, it's $16 right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I
That's
paid
not bad,
20.
actually.
It's not bad at all.
for it.
Blaise, if you buy this game, dude, I shit you not, you will fucking love it. This would be like the next game you'll talk about on your podcast for the next year.
If you like Metroidvania,
It's so
Metroidvania
fucking
games,
good. Yeah, it's like a
Castlevania,
Metroidvania,
things like
yeah.
that.
It's like it's just a little side-scrolling.
See, I don't doubt it. Like, I feel like I would love it, but with Christmas being so close, I can't really get it right now. But
It's so good. So good. Just get it. Just sell anything. What do you have? What other games do you have in your library that are physical?
well, if anyone wants to buy them, I have a couple games, I guess. But
Sell them. Go to GameStop. Trade them in. Get $15 for them and pay $1 for this game. It's so fucking good.
Do you play games on your PC, Blaise?
no, I don't.
Okay. I was going to say, you can share my Steam account. I'll let you play it. How about that?
Yeah, I only have a Surface, so.
That might
Yeah, I
be
think you'd have to have a pro for it
that
to
might
work.
be able to run it. I mean, what do you really think you need something big to run this?
Yeah, I think you need at least a pro. I mean, at least, a regular laptop. But the pro is kind of fixed, right? Like an iPad in a similar way.
This game is so fucking good, man. Oh, man, it's so fucking good. Get it, people. Get it.
Do you feel like they would make a sequel of it at some point?
Oh, yeah, definitely. There's going to be like a Dead Cells 2 or something, or maybe another game that they'll make. But that indie studio got a hit, dude. They did it right. I don't know. It's just like it's like trying crack for the first time. You just fall in love with it, and like you don't want to stop doing it. Yeah.
I'm an addict now. Just play it.
Just fucking love it, dude. Last game I played this week was Mutant Year Zero on Game Pass. It is an XCOM style game where it seems that the world has ended due to environmental disasters and no one paid attention to the environment, and we as humans didn't give a fuck. So then what happened was the world ended, society kind of collapsed, and animals became mutated, so animals can now talk. And animals have created like a utopia where they live, and then there's like humans that are still alive, but the animals call the humans like the mutants. They call humans the mutants, and I'm pretty sure the humans call them mutants. But you get to play as a little duck and a pig. When you start the game off, you start off in like this little area. Super well done. The game looks good. I was playing it, and it's lots of fun. You can scavenge things, get these like, it's called scrap. You get this scrap, and once you go back to your main base, which is like your city that you live in or whatever, there's vendors there that have there's a vendor that it's a mechanic, and they sell weapons or weapon parts. Like they can fix your weapons or upgrade your weapons. And there's a guy that actually buys like artifacts from you. Like if you find, say, something like a stereo or some shit. You know, like you find something in the world that's like a laptop or a computer or a stereo or a TV, and you take it back to him, he'll pay you like so much scrap or so much coins or whatever the fuck you pay with. And I think it's scrap. Scrap is what you use as currency. I think he'll give you so much scrap for whatever, you know, or like you can tell him like, I don't want scrap. I want you to give me a discount at this store with this person. And he'll be like, okay, I'll get you a 10% discount for this item on, you know, this store. And there's a lady that sells weapons. And the characters are really cool. They're really well done. The banter between the pig and the duck is so fucking funny. I was fucking laughing out loud listening to these guys talk. Because, you know, like one of the guys was like, what is this? You know, because they found a boombox. And I think the pig was like, don't touch it. Don't touch it. Be careful with that thing. And the duck's like, why? What is this? And the pig is like, I think that's a bomb. and the duck is like, what would make you think this is a bomb? And he's like, well, if I remember correctly, he's like, the humans, or they call them the ancients. The ancients used to call this the boom box. He's like, and I think if you press that red button, it's going to go boom. So, like, it's fucking hilarious, the banter between the two guys or whatever. Or, like, there was one where I found, there's, like, an airplane. They call it the flying metal machine or the flying metal eagle or something like that. But it's a fucking airplane. And it's crashed in the ground and it's all rusted out or whatever. It's, like, a big thing. And you can walk up to certain items and like, scavenge things or inspect them to, like, you could hit, like, a certain button to inspect them. And they'll kind of, like, take a mental note where it's at. So for like the plane, I went up to it and it said inspect. So when I inspected it, like they talk about it, right? They're like, oh, this must be something weird or whatever. And like one of them was like, this is a weird device. Like, I wonder what they did with this thing. What do you think they did with it? And the guy's like, I don't know. I think it's like a metal can they used to fly in. They were stuffed in there. I don't know what they did with this thing. And they're just saying like stupid shit like that the whole time. It's a good game. Fucking good. Like you're running through the world. It's not a huge map that you're running through. But it's like these little sections that you can run through and you'll run into enemies. And when you're running through the map, it's like a top-down view where you're just running and you can just move freely. But when you get into combat or when somebody spots you or when you spot somebody, you can sneak up on them. And that becomes like an XCOM style combat where you have like certain moves or certain like spaces you can move to and get behind cover. And it'll give you percentages of like, from this range, you can hit that guy with this weapon and do this much damage, probably do this much damage. It'll be like probability 75% of a 3-hit, you know, damage. And like the hit means like they have like little bars of health, the enemies do, where like it'll be like their health is 4 little hits. So 4 hits will kill them, 3 hits will kill them, 5 hits will kill them. There's really armored enemies where like sometimes you can't fight them because they're too much of a high level for you. So when you run into those guys, you kind of want to avoid them. So you kind of like turn off your flashlights and sneak around them. And those guys will have like a little red skull above them. And they look like freaking... to me, it looked like a Fallout character. Like one of the Fallout characters.
Like wearing an armor suit or
yeah,
something?
like the armor suit. Yeah, dude, that's what
Power
it looked
Raider.
like to me. Yeah. Like a dude wearing a Fallout armor, power armor or whatever. Like that's what it looked like to me. I was like, holy fuck. Yeah, and as you're sneaking by, he's like, yeah, I want the stupid
Was
pigs.
it canvas or nylon armor?
It was, I think it was canvas. This one was canvas. But that guy sitting there, he's like, yeah, I wish those stupid fucking animals would come attack us. I dare them to come, you know? And it's like, okay, I'm not going to fuck with that guy. He really wants to kill something. Super cool. And I actually want to play more of that, to be honest, because I like the combat. The combat is super cool. I've always thought XCOM combat was fun. What I do not like about XCOM is a lot of the micromanagement. It's just not fun. You know what I mean? Like, oh, like attack Africa because Africa is a red, or now North America is red, even though it was green just before. But since you attacked Africa and you didn't help America, now America turned red.
I think they changed that.
Stupid. Like that.
They
was
may have changed that
stupid.
in too.
That was fucking dumb.
From what I've seen on
hated that.
Twitch streams. But
Maybe.
again,
I haven't played the second
played
one.
it.
I haven't played the second one, so I don't know. They could have changed that. But I just didn't like that mechanic in the first one. So whatever, or not even the first one. It was Enemy Unknown or whatever. I didn't like the mechanic in that one. But that's it. In Year Zero, Dead Cells, Red Dead.
Do you
Shut up, Alexa.
Do you unlock other characters in that Mutant Year Zero? Like you talked about the 2 characters. Do you just find more later on?
I think so. I think later on, like maybe another one joins your crew. And you can find, like, as you're going through the map, you can find these little chests. And the chests have, like, special equipment in them. Like, on one of them, I found an upgraded weapon. So I was able to trade out one of the weapons the pig had for that one. And then the other one, I found, like, an armor, like a vest. Like an armor vest. And I equipped that on the duck. And then I put, like, a little visor, like a little, like, you know those, like, visors that gamblers wear, like the Chinese people
like the
take bets?
Yeah.
The little like see-through
Did you
green
put sunglasses
visor
on the duck too? That would be cool.
But what I thought was fucking hilarious was like when I opened up the chest and I found the visor, it was like, this visor was used back when the humans used to have these gambling wars. It was like, what? Gambling wars? Like, what the fuck are they talking about? You know what I mean? It was like a little blue visor, so now my duck is running around with like a bulletproof vest on with like a little green visor.
He's like,
so much fucking fun. And like they have like stat boosts, so like the visor gives him like more he has more range, so like he can be a little bit further from the enemies and still get like a hit, you know what I mean? Get like a damage hit or whatever. Like he could be like, I think it's like 2 extra squares away from an enemy and get like an actual hit on them.
How did you feel about that turn-based combat?
Good. I liked it. Like I said, I've always liked the XCOM combat, and it's well done. Well done. That game is fun. That game is fun, guys. Fun. Unlike Ashen.
Yeah. No face Ashen.
You guys should have tried Ashen because you would have hated it, I think, as much as I did.
I will get around to playing it.
I'll wait for Ashen 2. It is fun. I'll wait for the sequel.
And like, I was kind of looking forward to Ashen. Kind of. Now I'm like not looking forward. Well, now I don't like it. But like Below, I feel like Below is going to be the same way.
It looked pretty dark from the E3 gameplay and stuff. When I mean dark, I mean like no lighting. I was like, what?
Yeah, it was like just one
work on this
line.
game.
I'm thinking like Below might just be the same, but who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Below comes out pretty soon too, doesn't it? Is it like next week?
Very soon. Johnny Don't probably knows. He's been tracking it on
I thought it
Twitter.
was like next week or something, because they like announced like fucking 13 games, 10 games or some shit for Game Pass coming out within the next week or two.
Yeah.
Strange Brigade came out.
I know we pay full price for that, and now, you know.
I'm glad I did.
That's on Game Pass.
Yeah, glad I fucking didn't pay for that thing. But yeah, that's it. That's all I played, guys.
Right.
Go on. Talk about your list.
My list. All right. Oh, me?
Wait, I don't care. I was going to ask you, so.
Yeah. So, I played Just Cause 4. Just Cause. And you're playing again as
Just
Rico
Cause.
Rodriguez.
Rico Rodriguez.
And one of the things they've added here, especially on your grappling hook, they've added like 3 different things where you can have like this, I guess you can call them abilities that you can add to them, like a retractor to open doors and lower down freaking bridges and things like that. The other thing they added was like you can attach things like you could put like a balloon on a cow and it'll raise up in the sky, just like a car or vehicle. Not really sure what those are useful for yet, but there's that. The other one are what the hell are they? Like these rocket boosters. So if you could take like another vehicle or something and put like 3 rocket boosters on. I think the difference is you're putting them on with your grappling hook versus manually doing it yourself like they did in Just Cause 3. But I'm having a lot of fun with the game. Even though it doesn't look so great, it's not fully optimized at all. It is HDR and 4K running on Xbox One, and I've been hearing a lot of people that have PlayStation 4 and they're having it just looks crappy. So Wingman actually messaged me and said it looks like, you know, it looks bad on the running on his TV. So apparently it's a big issue, and I know they're coming out with an update sometime this month, but I got back into it this morning and I'm just like, all right, I'm just going to overlook a lot of these graphical glitches and things like that, because it does run well. I haven't had any issues with, stutter or, things like that. I have noticed like pop-ins where, like maybe an enemy will pop into view, or they'll have like a helicopter that just kind of appears out of nowhere, but it's not happening a lot. Yeah, one of the things that's cool they feature in this game is they'll have it has like this tornado, and I think it's just always in the world, and I don't know if there's just more than one of them. It's something that the enemy has, had. That's probably part of the main story, is that they're just screwing with the weather, and you're there to stop them. So I thought it was pretty cool. Like, I was just going up near the tornado, and I was flying around it just with a wingsuit. Then I'd attach myself to a car and, try to get up to the tornado itself. And that was pretty fun. I feel like, it's almost like this, I don't want to say Gary's Mod, but there is like a sandbox thing to this game where you can do that. Again, just being an open world, you don't have to do like just one thing. But yeah, just to go back, Jesus, to Just Cause 3, that I think they never optimized that game at all, and it just always looked crappy. I think this
game look good?
No, I mean but it doesn't look bad either. I think it's just right. It's playable. I'll just say that. It's yeah.
Okay, playable.
I mean, I was disappointed because
what else is playable? Minecraft.
Yeah. Hey, but that game's fully optimized. That game looked great on the Xbox 360. I mean, where this one looks more of an upgraded 360 PS3 game.
I just been hearing bad things about this game.
Yeah. So going back, we all listened to probably Podcast Unlocked, and I remember Ryan, maybe he was on GameScoop, and he was saying that's what podcast he was on. He's like, yeah, I was there with one of the developers, and we were in the hotel room, and he pulled out his laptop, and he showed me parts of the game, and I was blown away, and I thought, oh my God, great. They got this new engine called the Apex something engine, and yeah, it's new tech, and, it's going to be, it's going to look great, and, again, this will be our first title on PS4 Pro and Xbox One that'll, feature that HDR 4K. I thought, wonderful, I can't wait to play this. And yeah, it's not there. I mean, yes, you are getting that HDR. I see it. I've played it today, but it's not, again, it's just, you're not getting that freaking, you can just tell with that grainy look, and the water doesn't look right. And yeah, so visually it's not there. But I'm still having fun playing the game. It still runs well, flying around and freaking blowing shit up. Yeah, that's just the best part.
Personally, I don't want to get this game. I'll get it. I'll play it when it's like $10, $15, $20.
It'll be $30 very soon.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. It'll be $30 probably by the end of this month. But
at least
I still won't want to pay $30 for it. I want to wait for it till it's like $10 or $12 or $15 or whatever. Because
yeah, same here, honestly.
The way I play these games is I play them for like 30 minutes and I never touch them again. Like Just Cause 3, I paid full price for that game. I pre-ordered it and everything, and I played it for maybe fucking 3 hours, if that, or 5 or 6. I played a lot of it actually, but I got stuck on a mission and I just got bored of it. I was like, you know what? If I can't beat this fucking mission, I'm just done with this crap. I'm not. What I could never grasp was the stupid wingsuit, like the wingsuit and then grappling on the ground to pull yourself forward to get more momentum to fly further. I could never get that. Ever fucking get that. Like, never. I just couldn't do it.
I feel like I mastered that myself. Well, they didn't have the wingsuit in, well, maybe they did in Just Cause 2. Well, 3 they did. And I feel like I mastered a lot of the parachute stuff in Just Cause 2 because I played a couple 100 hours of it, literally. And when 3 came out, they had the wingsuit, and that, I played a decent amount on PC and Xbox. So it just takes a little time to
okay
get
games.
It down.
They're never great. They've never really been great. They've been okay.
Right. They've always been that AA at the most.
Yeah.
But same story as Just Cause 3 as far as like you go meet the resistance, right? You talk to the resistance. All right, let's go fight the government. We got to fight these people. They're evil. Let's get them. And just like the other past Just Cause games, that's what you're doing. But yeah, still early on in the story, only 9%, but the characters are okay. You only get that short dialogue with them. It's not anything drawn out. But you are getting cinematic stuff in Just Cause 4 versus 3. 3 was just like screenshots where they really went cheap. So you are seeing full motion of those characters. And I think there's only a few. And you meet Tom Sheldon again. That was like your commander back from Just Cause 2. Again, I didn't play one, so he might have been in that. But yeah, and this time he's gone rogue, and you're just going to go fuck some shit up. So that's what you're out there to do. But yeah, the other thing I noticed too, when you open up your map and being in that open world, is you get these troops. You can add them, I guess, by doing certain things, and then they basically what they do is they push back the lines to open up more of the world. I think that's the way it works. Instead of like going into an area like you would in Just Cause 2 and 3, you would like complete it by blowing up all their, all of their stuff. And yeah, and I think instead you're just kind of like rescuing them, and then they take care of the rest. So there is that. You're using some of that AI to fight the enemy. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm having fun with it, I will say. I can't wait for the update to actually have it visually look better. But yeah, it's still a good game. Other than that, I played... What else did I play? F1 2017. Did you notice, Jesus, lately on Xbox they had these try it for free things in the store?
Yeah, they've had those for a bit now.
Yeah, I think really they're just trials. They should just name it free trials. But I already had this on PC. And I noticed it was on Xbox. I'm like, oh man, I'll just play it on here again. I love that game. I don't know what it is, and I haven't played enough of it, but just love the whole story aspect to it. About how you're important as a driver, and you're co-driver, and you're earning points, and beating everyone else's time, and yeah, it's pretty cool, man. Love this racing game. It's just it's kind of taken over my Forza time, So more into the Formula One racing stuff. But other than that, I played Frostpunk on the PC machines. They had a new update called Endless Mode.
So what's Endless Mode? That's basically like survive till you die.
Yes, and so it just pulls out a lot of the story stuff.
Yeah. In
the beginning, it just starts you out like, okay, go ahead and start collecting resources and see how long you can survive. But one of the things they also have in there, they have some story elements. Like they have the Book of Laws. And I think everything's fairly the same in the Book of Laws. Again, that could be involved with part of survival. And, like it lets you basically do a lot of things, build cemeteries, build supply stuff. So they also have that what I call the metagame is where you'll send out scouts to venture into other areas that'll pop up on the map, and they'll go investigate, and, they can bring back resources. Hey, they might find like 150 more people, survivors, that you can then bring back to your base, and they'll be a part of your community. But keep in mind that, you have to like build houses for these people. You have to collect enough resources, like wood and metal and things like that. So you're like constantly like going out and like, you'll be like, hey, how do you collect enough wood? If there's not like any woods left, like now you have to drill into the sides of like the hill to get old wood out and stuff like that. So a lot of mining is involved and upgrading the mines, and it was pretty fun. I actually made it pretty far because one of the things they did is like, they think they lowered like how much time and like you collect more resources in a short amount of time versus like the story. So it's a pretty cool mode. I like it. It's almost like a mod in a way. So I'm enjoying it. One of the things I did is I screwed up by getting to where I set my scouts, and they gave me a choice of, hey, do you want to leave those people where they're at for right now, or do you want us to bring them all back with these resources? I'm like, nah, bring them all back, right? And once I decided to bring them all back, I was like, fuck, I don't have enough houses to build, enough resources to build homes for these people. So they will definitely stay near the furnace where it's warm, but they won't have any houses where they need to be, like that'll actually keep them warm to prepare them for the storm that's coming, where it's going to be 70 degrees below zero. And there is a counter up in the top right that'll let you know, like, okay, day 4, it's going to be minus 70 or whatever, or super cold.
Yeah.
So there'll be a lot of people that die. And hey, people are already getting sick, so you need to build hospitals and you need to man these hospitals. And, there's just a lot going on in this game. But it is like a surviving Mars or like a City Skylines where, hey, I can just pause the game, kind of work out my strategy on how I want to, better continue the game. So, but yeah, it's fun. Glad they actually came out. It's free, so free mode. Cool. And I think they even had like a regular mode and a extra difficult mode for this endless mode. So yeah. The last game I wanted to talk about with Blaise, because I know he played this and he did a podcast about this, and that is Thief of Thieves. But if you want to go ahead and start out, Blaise, I'll let you start out with this.
Yeah, sure. This game. So Thief of Thieves, it's basically a game based on the comic. Robert Kirkman, the creator of The Walking Dead, he also has a comic called Thief of Thieves, and this game is based on that comic property. And essentially the storyline from the comic, it doesn't apply to where you need to read the comic, but basically what you need to know is just that this guy named Redmond, he is a master thief who is looking to not be a thief anymore, and basically his apprentice, Celia, she is kind of coming up, and she's kind of taking over the business, essentially. And in this game, basically you're playing as Celia, and you're trying to do all these different heists. We only get to play Volume 1 so far. It's an episodic game, so basically there's going to be more volumes later on, like Volume 2, 3, 4, etc. But Volume 1, you're playing as Celia, and you have to do this heist. And there's like this, I'll call him Russian. I don't know if he's officially Russian, but he seems Russian, I would say. But basically this is like mob kind of guy, and you have to steal a bike from him. So you have to go into his palace and try to find a way to steal this bike and get out of there. And the game is very cool in the sense that it has a lot of stealth aspects to it. There's no combat at all, which might turn some people off from the game, but I think they do it well because the fact that there's no combat involved, the game really relies on stealth a lot, because if you get caught, then you have to restart from the point you're at. And Jesus, I know one thing you definitely find hilarious about this. The animation for getting caught is like the most hilarious thing in the world, because if a guard catches you, they literally just walk up to you and punch you in the face. It's hilarious.
They punch you in the face a few times, actually, right? Yeah. I noticed. I'm like, all right, you hit me once. Let's restart. You don't need to punch me in the face 6 times.
So yeah, you'd really enjoy that, Jesus. I don't know if they just didn't have the budget to make that animation better, but literally that's what you get caught. You get caught, you just get punched in the face.
Not bad.
But I don't know if you want to offer more on it, Gunny, before I talk more, but that's kind of like the basic gist of the game.
I do want to... So, I heard your podcast on this, and I know this was out for Game Pass, and I went in... Now, let me preface by saying, Blaise, that I'm not a big comic book fan. I never read too many of them. I love Marvel, the universe, all that good stuff. But, and maybe that's just where this is kind of going. But, the first thing I did was get in there. I like that story aspect of, hey, once she lands the plane and, and she's interrogated and they know who she is and all that stuff is really well written, very well done. But as far as the gameplay, you get to that house where your main objective is to steal that motorcycle, right? And, the controls seem to work fine. You get over to the front door and, and you're talking to the guard. And he's just like, what are you doing here? You think you're just going to sneak in? She goes, well, I have a delivery. Oh, well, then just come right in. I'm like, okay, all right. So then you get in, and you're just walking up to the door, and the other two guards are like, "We need to check on this motorcycle," and they open that door to the garage. I'm like, okay, I guess I need to go to the garage. Dad. And so then, I'm walking up and, get in there and go find the motorcycle.
Yeah.
What place?
Yeah, I mean, I think this game is definitely unique because it offers a lot of different ways you can do things. So what I like about this game a lot is there's no one way to do the job. So you're trying to steal this bike. That's your end goal. But you can do it a lot of different ways. You can do it the easy way where maybe you pickpocket the keys out of a guy's back pocket and, just go in through the front door and kind of sneak through. Or you might have to pick locks. You might have to hack some computers and things like that. You might have to disable an alarm system. So the game is really as difficult of a heist as you make it because there's always a different way to do the heist. And that's kind of what I like about it. And the lock picking and the hacking and stuff, it's little mini games. You played Skyrim, correct, Jesus?
Yes.
Yeah, so the lock picking is basically like Skyrim. It's just a tiny bit different. So it's things that aren't that hard, and it's a lot easier than Skyrim too. So Skyrim's lock picking, if you think about that, it's basically a toned down version of that. So it's really easy little mini games, and it just offers something different. And I think the hardest one was probably the hacking to the computers, but it's really not that bad. But basically, there's a lot of different ways you can actually go about this game because, for example, when you survey the place during the day, which is very cool, I would add, because obviously a thief is probably going to want to survey the place before they actually go make the heist. And when you survey it during the day, you can go into the place one way, but then when you come back at night, you realize, oh, shoot, the way I went in this time, that way is locked. I can't go in that way anymore. So the game kind of throws you for a loop, and it has some twists in there.
Yeah, I only made it as far as to where I got to the motorcycle, which is once you get into the garage, you can just sneak around the guards. But I didn't know what guard to pickpocket to get the key for the motorcycle. So I got frustrated and then just quit out from the game.
Was this, what part of the heist was this? Because basically there's 3 stages. There's the first stage where Celia's kind of telling a lie of how she did the job, which is kind of a really easy lie. It's very easy, kind of give you the feel of the mechanics. Then there's stage 2 where you're scouting the place out. And then stage 3 is the actual heist at night. What part were you at?
No, this was the actual heist itself.
Okay.
Where I'm actually in the house in the garage and I'm just sneaking around the vehicles to get around the guards. So you're able to get one guard and get the key for the door that leads to the motorcycle. You get to the motorcycle and it's okay, I found it. All right. Now I need to pickpocket a guard to get the key for the motorcycle. So I got out of that room and I'm just all right. One of the things that lets you know is, hey, stay out of the light. You can kind of be in the shadows, but you don't have to really sneak around. Don't run, because that'll alert guards. Yeah, and I just couldn't find what guard had the key because some of them, the guards would actually they'd walk back and forth, right, as they're patrolling. But maybe I didn't check all the guards to see which one did have the key for the motorcycle. So I just got frustrated because they kept spotting me and, and then it punched me in the face 6 times.
Too many times.
I'm you stop punching me, Yeah.
No, I think you might have been at a different part, though, because I don't want to spoil, one of the big reveals. There's, a big twist at the end, sort of. And I think, based on what you said, you might have been at a different part because I can't really say more without spoiling. I don't want to spoil it for everyone in case they want to try it. So,
wait, are you saying that maybe because I made different decisions at the airport is why I received that mission?
No, that has nothing to do with the airport. We didn't touch on that. I touched on that in the podcast, but basically the airport part, that is all set up for these missions because you're being interrogated by this lady that's an Interpol agent, and that is kind of the setup for all the volumes. So she's asking you, okay, what happened in New York? And then you're kind of recalling in your head, well, New York, let me think about what happened, and then you get to play it. And then in future volumes, she'll probably be like, oh, what did you do in Paris? And then you'll think about it, and then, okay, this is the Paris job. So like that's kind of like the setup for how the games are going to happen, I think. But
are they all going to be in Game Pass or just?
I would assume so, but I don't have confirmation on that until like Volume 2 comes out. But I would assume it's all on Game Pass. So. And I would definitely recommend people checking it out too, because I mean, even if you don't like it, like playing through all of Volume 1, it only takes about 2 hours. It's like a Telltale episode, so it's really easy to play through the whole Volume 1 if you want to try it. Okay. Because I would definitely recommend trying it. It's only a couple hours of your time, but kind of like I was saying, I think based on what Gunny said, in finding the bike, I think he might have had to do something differently, but I just don't want to spoil it because it is kind of a cool twist towards the end, so you can kind of experience that for yourselves.
Yeah, I just got to think outside the box, and maybe, I mean, there's other things I could have done, I guess. Maybe can I go back outside, or is there another guard outside of the garage? I just assume that the person who has that key is in the garage, and yeah.
Not necessarily. I mean, you're stealing from this Russian mobster guy, so, he might have keys. There might be, like, an alarm system you can disarm. Like, there's different rooms in the house, so there's different rooms you can go into and, like, break into and do different things.
Okay,
you can disable alarms. You can, go through different doors, so.
Oh, see, I'm thinking too small here. I'm thinking it's got to be one of the guards inside that garage. Okay, but I hear what you're saying now. I just need to, again, expand my thing and can get in the house.
Yeah, one of the cool parts for me, actually, is when you come back at night, you have to actually get into the party first. So, like, there's this guy, with the checklist, like like a bouncer at a normal party, and he's like, okay, you're not on the list. So you have to find a way to get into the party because this guy's kind of watching, and he's checking this list. So I won't spoil out how you do that either, but that was probably what took me the longest, is trying to figure out how to get into the party. I'm like, how do I get in here? Like, is there like some back entrance I sneak through? Or, like, how do I get into this party? So I eventually figured it out, but that was probably the hardest part for me.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, it seems like the writing is super well done, so.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, and like I said, I think the no combat part will turn some people off because some people that are like combat junkies, they might not like that style, but anyone that likes to play games in a stealthy manner then I think you're going to enjoy this, because if you like stealth gameplay, this does stealth gameplay pretty well, I think.
Yeah, because, doing the podcast, I was thinking like, okay, this is going to be like a freaking, like a total stealth game, but it's not, so.
And I will reiterate, too, I think I mentioned earlier, but in future volumes, you're going to have a team behind you, too. It's not just going to be you as Celia. I've heard that there's going to be other people on your team. Like, there's going to be a safe crack person. There's going to be, like, someone else that does something else. Like, you're going to have different members of your team that you can actually use in future volumes. So that's kind of cool, too.
Great. All right, what else have you been playing, Blaise?
Yeah, so I did go back and play some more Darwin Project. I know I talked about that previously when I was on the show, but recently I went back and played some more, and Darwin Project is kind of the game I go to when, like, I have to go, pick up my daughter in a half hour. What can I do in a half hour? Let me go play some Darwin Project. It's kind of like my game when I have, like, short amounts of time. That's the game I go to, because a lot of the games I like, they involve investing a lot of my time into it, but Darwin Project, I can jump in and have a fun experience in 20, 30 minutes. So I can jump into a match. And Darwin Project actually has changed recently. They have new tiles now that weren't available before, and that mapping system that I talked about before, that is now active. So basically, when you first started the game, when the free game first came into game preview, it was the same 9 tiles or whatever, all in the same exact position every time. Now the mapping system is so the tiles always switch. So say the center tile in one game, that tile could be, bottom left in the next game. It could be top right in the next game. Or they have different tiles now. So the tile that you see in one game might not even be in the next game. It might not be available at all because they have different tiles available now. So I like that ability because it kind of changes the map on you. And that's something that I think you don't really get in other battle royale games as much. You're not going to see that in like Fortnite or PUBG. It's not going to, be changing the map every time you go in. Like they'll change it every season or so, but you're not going to see, okay, every game I could see a new possible map style. And I kind of like that because it kind of throws you off and it gives you a different perspective each time you go into it.
Cool.
So that's kind of what's new with Darwin Project. If anyone didn't know exactly what it was, real quick, it's basically just a battle royale game that uses more primitive weapons. It uses an axe, a bow and arrow, and basically you have to craft like fires to keep warm because it's set in a cold area. And it has a little bit of crafting to it where you have like special powers and stuff. But it's a pretty cool battle royale game. It's something different from the other ones, and that's kind of why I like it. But
with the fires that you build, are you just doing that maybe one time during a match? Is it just required at least once?
Definitely not once. Definitely not once, no. If you last to like the last couple of people, then you're probably doing it, I would say, 3 to 4 times a game because your cold meter does go down. So I would say 3 to 4 times a game probably.
Okay.
And the problem with the fires, too, is you have to be careful because if you make a fire in the wrong spot, then somebody could see the smoke from the fire and they can know where you are. So that's kind of a cool aspect to it, too, because there's like tracking in the game and you can actually track somebody. And the one other thing I'll say is that this is only with 10 players per match. So it's either 5 teams of 2 or 10 solo players. And I do like the kind of watered down amount of people because it gives a more intimate experience. Where, Fortnite, you're going to have 100 people. It's not really that intimate with 100 people. With 10 people, it's pretty intimate. When you come across somebody, it's like, oh, damn, I have to go throw down with this guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And, yeah, I thought Duos was pretty cool. Watching you stream it, I think Duos is kind of where it's at.
Yeah, Duos is pretty fun, yeah. I do wish, maybe there's going to be a DLC at some point. I do wish that you could have 10 teams of 2 instead. They maybe just increase it just a tiny bit because I think a 20-person game with duos, like the solo with 10 people solo is fine. It works perfectly. With just 5 duos, though, I do feel like it should be a little bit beefed up. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you have like teams disconnect or something. So say you have a team disconnect, you're down to 4 teams already. You know what I mean? Like, so it can go down pretty fast with like errors like that. So I do wish they had a little bit more in the duos, but it still works fairly well. I think they should have like maybe even just 6 teams in duos would do a little bit better. Just adding 1 extra team would kind of alleviate some of those issues you have with disconnects.
Yeah.
But obviously that's, easier said than done because they probably have to repurpose all of their programming and servers to accommodate an extra team. So
yeah, I was just thinking more in the lines of like, hey, you're building the forest fire. You both get to use that resource. Or, I'm not sure if you can like trade out any weapons or any other perks or not as duos.
You can't trade them out, but if I make a fire on the ground, you can use my fire to warm up too. And if we both see like a tree and you need the tree more than I do, then I can let you have that. So it's kind of like, you talk to each other and let each other have what you need. Like, okay, I need 2 leather, Gunny, if you see some leather, can you let me know? So it's kind of like that one.
All right. And then you got that whole director thing involved, which just adds a whole new element to the game, man.
Yeah, I love being the director, and that's pretty much what I play as, like, I'd say 90% of the time, because it's just really enjoyable for me to see all these players playing and then be able to influence them and give them a better experience.
And screw them up. Yeah.
Yeah, or just be a total asshole and just, like...
that's what I'd be. Oh, you know what? I'm going to go play this tonight. I'm going to be director, and I'm going to screw everybody's game up. Be like, you're zone locked, motherfucker. Boom. And I'll be dropping all the stuff in the middle of the map, watching everybody run for it.
Well, some of them can be like really big dicks to you too, because I was playing a duos game. I don't know if Gunny saw this particular game, but
yeah, I saw one. You were like so mad. I was like,
yeah.
I was kind of like not trying to laugh, but I was like, oh my gosh, totally get screwed over.
What happened?
Yeah, because what happened is like you have different zones, right, Jesus? So like we were in one zone and the director was closing this zone. So, okay, there's closing this zone. We have to go to the next zone. And I was playing with K Sizzle, one of my friends, and we're going to the next zone. And then the next zone that we're supposed to go to, because like, there's only a couple different areas you can go to. We're going to this zone in that zone, the director drops a nuke. So basically, he's kind of trapping us between a rock and a hard place. Like,
Yeah.
And there's a way out of that, but you have to be pretty experienced to know how. Because basically, what you have to do if a director is like a big dick like that is you have to wait till the nuke drops. Then once the nuke drops and it's kind of out of the way, then you can step into the nuke zone, and you're good. Because the zone that we had that was closing, it takes like 60 seconds to close. So you have to time it perfectly to where you're not going to get hit by the nuke, but you're also not going to be in a closed zone. So it's really tricky to time it that way. And my partner obviously didn't know how to do that, so he died, but I stayed alive. But like, that's just such a dick move to do that because you're basically forcing a team to die almost. And I was kind of getting the last laugh from this director because he was obviously trying to kill us. Like, he was purposely trying to kill us, and I made it to the last two. I didn't win, but I made it to the last two. So I'm like, take that. Like, you tried to kill me. I still made it to the end.
Yeah. I guess it's all... This game is just like that's...
Yeah, I mean, when I play as a director, I'm very fair about it. Like, the only way I'm going to attack people directly is if they're like very hostile in chat or something like that. Like, if they're, harassing other players or putting down other players, I'll be like, well, screw you then. I'm going to drop a nuke on your head. Have fun. So, that's the only time. Or like
God mode.
One of the coolest powers, though, is Manhunt. And basically Manhunt just, like, say we're playing a 10-person game, right? And, Jesus is in the game, you're in the game, and we have like 7 other people. If Jesus had like 3 kills, if I was the director, I might be like, well, Jesus is doing really good. Let's drop a manhunt on him. And then everyone in the game can see where Jesus is, and they know to go after him because if he survives with that manhunt active, he gets a bunch of rewards. But if they kill him, they get a bunch of rewards instead. So it kind of adds some fun to the game.
That's
manhunt on Jesus. Next game. Next match.
Yeah, I kind of want to play this now. I remember playing it back when it came out for preview, and I got a beta code or preview code, I think.
Yeah, you're actually the first person that told me about it. So
yeah, I got a review code for it, I think, and yeah, I remember playing it way back then. And now it's actually free to play, right?
It is, yeah.
That's awesome.
And honestly, like, for my taste, this is so much better than Fortnite and PUBG, in my opinion, because it offers such an intimate feel and offers different things that those games don't offer. But it could just be my taste. Everyone has their own taste, but for my taste, this is better than those. Yeah,
it seems like everyone just has their own, like, what they prefer in a game like that. I personally prefer, like, the PUBG just because it's more grounded in realism. It's just more slow. It's way more slower, and it's more... it's just way more tactical, I feel like, than any of the other battle royales. Like Fortnite, to me, it's just like as soon as you see someone start building, build, and then you see like these people fighting. Like every video that I've watched of Fortnite where it's like, oh, this is a cool epic kill. It's like all you see for the fucking first 20 seconds, it's like these 2 dudes shooting at each other, and they're just building and building and building and building and going up and going up. And they're building these towers that they're just running and running and running and building.
Right.
And it's like, that seems kind of lame. You know what I mean? I guess.
Yeah, I mean, kind of the way I describe it is like Fortnite, I would describe it as more act first, think later. And Darwin Project, I think, is the opposite where, okay, think first and act later because it's such a small gaming experience where you only have 10 people that you really have to plan out, okay, I'm going to go here. I see a fire there. Maybe I can track this guy down. It's a lot more thinking involved, which I like a lot more, and it's a lot more stealth. Yeah. Where Fortnite is more like, okay, there's 8 people around me. I got to build here, shoot you here. Like, it's act first and think later. So I appreciate the other way better. So
yeah, because in Darwin Project, they have that mechanic, right, where you can run up to like somebody, like if somebody broke something or something, you can like scan it real quick, and then it kind of gives you like a direction, and then which way they went.
Yeah, it tells you where they went. And it only lasts for like 30 seconds, but still for 30 seconds you know where they are. So
that's pretty cool.
So it offers a lot to people that like to play strategically.
Yeah, and then it has that map. Like in certain cabins, you can go in certain buildings and see like the map of the whole world or whatever to kind of see where things are at.
Yeah, then okay, there's 3 people in the zone next to me. Maybe I can go over there and kill them.
Yeah, that's pretty cool stuff. I gotta say they did some interesting stuff there, but yeah, I don't know. I have to check this out again. I think I have to download it again and check it out.
Yeah, I mean, I hope the game gets, more critically acclaimed and everything, because I think it really offers a different experience that other battle royales don't. Like,
Oh, it definitely does. I agree.
So, I mean, a lot of battle royales seem kind of samey, pretty similar to each other. This is such a different battle royale to me.
Yeah, like you said before, Gunny said, the director mode. I think that is probably the biggest difference between this and any other battle royales, where you have somebody actually like directing the match. They can say like, you know what, fuck this. I'm gonna close this zone. I'm gonna close this zone, and I'm gonna drop like the supply crate right over here. Kind of get everybody to go to that one area or whatever. Like they could just do different things for the players in the match, which is interesting.
Yeah, and which when I play director, like my director deck, you have like these cards that you can use basically, and my deck is all set up basically to make a more interesting experience for the players, because my goal as a director is to make the match more fun. So if I see Jesus on one side of the map and Gunny on the other side of the map, my goal is to try and get them together. Yeah. Whether you guys choose to fight or not, that's your choice. If you choose to fight or you choose to hide, but my goal is to bring you closer together. That way more engagement happens.
Yeah. That's awesome.
But yeah, that's, one other game I played. One game I played very, very briefly. It was one of those days where I was, going to pick up my daughter soon. I'm like looking on Game Pass. I'm like, let me try this side. I tried Devil May Cry DMC. It's like the most recent one, before 5 comes out. I tried it for maybe like half hour, barely long enough to actually get a feel for it. But really the only thing I can say that is, I can comment on because I didn't play it long enough is the combat seems kind of fun, and the art, I like the art style, but I don't know if either of you have played this at all, but I can't comment on it too much because I only played it for like a half hour.
I think I played a little bit of it. Oh, I want to say it was like early on in the Xbox One release. Maybe within the first year.
I think it's like 4 years old now, yeah, so.
Yeah. Yeah, and it might have been like a trial or something. I'm not sure if I even owned it at the time, but yeah, the combat seemed cool. I just wasn't very interested at the time.
Yeah, I was just more kind of curious because, I mean, Devil May Cry 5 is coming, and I'm like kind of curious. Well, I've never played a Devil May Cry game at all ever in my life, so let me just try this out real quick and see what it's like. And it seems like a game that isn't for me as much. I mean, if I ever had a bunch of free time, I might play it more. But to be honest with you, it wasn't an experience that really wowed me enough where it's going to be high on my list. So it's probably a good chance that I'm not ever going to play it again, only because I'm always going to have something else that calls to me more. And this doesn't really call to me that much. But
lead guys, what is his name? Dante?
Yeah, Dante's his name.
Yeah, they make awesome trailers. Devil May Cry.
Yeah, the trailers I would say
look pretty awesome.
It seems like the story's pretty cool. Just that type of gameplay just isn't my style as much. So I'm going to be playing more games like the next game we're going to talk about, Wasteland. I play that more. And I don't know if you guys have played Wasteland ever.
No, but I've seen like gameplay of it, but haven't actually played it myself.
Yeah, so Wasteland's another one that has another sequel coming up soon. So I figured I would check out the previous edition. Wasteland 2 is basically a sequel to like a really old, I think, PC game that was like back in the 90s. Wasteland 2, I think, came out, I honestly can't even remember. It was probably like 4 or 5 years ago, like Devil May Cry was, but I never really tried it before, and Wasteland 3 is supposed to come out next year, so I figured I'd give it a shot just to kind of see what I'm getting into if I play Wasteland 3. And basically this game is like a very solid RPG with a lot of story to it. It has a lot of depth. You probably won't like this game if you don't like reading a lot of text, because there's so much text in this game where it's very rich in the story. Because if you go talk to a character, that character will talk, and you at least get the voiceover, but there's going to be a lot of text scrolling down to, you can follow along with. So if you're not into like getting that involved with the story, it might not be for you, but it's a very solid RPG, and it's a third-person game, so you're not... I think you can put it in first-person mode if you want, but you control a team of 4 people, and what I liked most about it, I only played this for maybe 3 to 4 hours so far, so I didn't get into it too deep yet, but I played it for a couple hours, and actually, like, I almost spent a full hour making my team, which I really like because I like customizing my characters, and your characters, you can kind of customize it with different stats how you want. So there's different stats, like you can make someone really great at lockpicking. You can make someone great at leadership. You can give them different skills at talking. Like there's just one skill called Smartass, which basically it's one of those checkpoint skills where if you're talking to a character and they tell you, nah, you can't go in there. If you have like this Smartass skill, or if you have like a Hardass skill, which is a similar skill, these are like different talking checkpoints where you can use this Smartass skill and kind of talk them into letting you go through, because the Hardass one, I think, has you talk in like a bullying way to get through. The Smartass one has you talk in like a logical way. And then I think there's one other one that has you talk in like a funnier way or something. But basically it's like different ways to get you through dialogue checkpoints that you wouldn't otherwise be able to do if you didn't have these skills. And there's obviously like melee, there's shooting skills, things like that. But what I really love about this is it's turn-based combat. So when you enter combat in something, it plays kind of like a Final Fantasy combat, or it plays like, if anyone's played Blood Bowl, it's turn-based combat like that, where you really get to think out your moves. And I didn't get too deep into it, so I'm sure it gets really hard when you get farther into the game. But I like the fact that I have this team of 4 people. I can have, one guy go hide behind a rock. I can have one guy go up and attack the next person with a knife. I can have one guy stay back and shoot. So I can kind of plan my team and plan my strategy how I want to. And I take my turn with my 4 people, and then the enemy gets to go. But you can actually build your team so that you get extra turns, because there's this skill card perception. And if you have a higher enough perception, then you actually get to take more turns, because I think it's perception anyways. It's one of the skills I'm thinking of. It could be a different skill, but it's basically this one skill that allows you to take extra turns because you get to go first since you're like the fastest person on the map. So, and there's also a combat speed one, which I maxed a couple of my characters out in combat speed because it allows them to attack faster and things. So you can have different things like that. You can have brute strength. You can have a lot of different skills, and I really like the options for skills. And I think I read somewhere that it has over like 300 combinations of skills you can use, or like something crazy like that, where it has so many combinations. So it's really cool in that sense. And the quests are pretty fun too, because I didn't get to finish the first main part of the quest. There's like a main quest line. There's like side things you can do too. But basically when it first starts out, you're part of like these Texas Rangers in the, Wasteland after like the, apocalypse happened or whatever happened. And one of the Texas Rangers died, and you're trying to investigate his death. So you have to go to this area, and you have to try and find clues to why he died, and you have to find like these batteries and bring them back to like the leader and give them to the leader and stuff. And I basically found like some clues. I found like a cave where I fought like this giant frog or something crazy like that, which is pretty fun. And I found like this mercenary group, and I think the batteries were hidden there. I didn't get far enough where I found where the batteries were, but I had to find the batteries somewhere. And I think like the batteries were maybe hidden in the mercenaries' camp. So it's a pretty cool storyline, and it's definitely a very enjoyable game. If you like RPGs that get really in-depth into the story like that, and if you really like customizing your characters like I do, then you would really like this game. I would say someone that wouldn't like this game would probably be someone that doesn't like turn-based stuff, and someone that doesn't like a lot of text in their games, because it is very heavy with turn-based and text.
Cool. Yeah,
I would definitely play Wasteland.
Is that on Game Pass?
Yes.
Okay.
This is on Game Pass, so you can try it out now on Game Pass if you want. And I was going to say that Wasteland 3, I'm definitely interested in trying it out. I'm hoping to get back to Wasteland 2 at some point, and hopefully I can cover it on the podcast at some point. It just depends on my schedule, but...
And I believe this is now owned by a Microsoft studio, correct?
It is. That's also part of why I checked it out. It's made by inXile.
inXile, that's it.
Yep. inXile, like the founder of that, he worked on like the original couple Fallout games, and then he made inXile, and they basically purchased the rights to Wasteland, and they made Wasteland 2. And they made Bard's Tale and games like that. So they specialize in a lot of RPG games.
Was that also, I think it was Path of Exile, or is that a different developer?
That's different, I believe.
Okay.
This one's just In Exile. So IN and then like a capital X and ILE. So
Right.
it's kind of like a weird spelling for the name, but Wasteland 3 I think comes out next year, so I'm looking forward to trying that out. I mean, I don't think you see a lot of games that are this RPG heavy on consoles either, because this was originally a PC franchise. So that's something unique to me too, because I don't think there's a lot of games nowadays that are this RPG heavy on consoles. I appreciate that.
Because I see it on Steam constantly. Like, you need to play this game. Check this game out. It's Wasteland. Buy it. Everybody loves it. Positive reviews. So definitely.
Yeah. I mean, on PC those games are all over the place. Yeah. So like, for me as someone that plays on console, I really appreciate a game like this because it's a type of game that I don't get a chance to play a lot because most of these types of games are restricted to just PC. You know what I mean? So like, I don't get a chance to play a lot of these types of games.
Yeah.
But moving on, I did play some more Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves had another DLC drop. It was called Shrouded Spoils. And Shrouded Spoils is a DLC that's not like a big checkpoint or a big like, I'll fight this boss. It's not like one of those DLCs. It's a DLC that has a lot of little things added to it, but these little things actually add a lot to the experience. So when I played with my friend Monty, basically we went in and we planned on trying some of these new things out, and almost instantly, like, we experienced a lot of the new content because we were playing on a sloop, and previously on a sloop you weren't allowed to get cracked by krakens. Now you can. We got attacked by a kraken. These skeleton ships from Cursed Sails, now those can spawn up anywhere and attack you, and that spawned up and attacked us. And some of those can be passive, but there's a lot of like new encounters in game that you can actually experience now because these skeleton ships, before this update, you had to go seek them out if you wanted to fight them. The Kraken, you couldn't be attacked in sloops. So there's a lot of like additions to the game now where it offers a lot more of an experience in a short amount of time. And that's kind of the criticism I always have with this game. And I remember when we talked with Ryan on the podcast about it, like, that's the criticism he had too, is you have to spend a lot of time in this game to get a little bit out. And I think some of these updates in the Shrouded Spoils DLC make it so you don't have to spend as much time to get enjoyment now, because we only played for like an hour and a half and we had so much fun. Like, we did terrible, don't get me wrong. Like, we did terrible at the game, but we had a lot of fun doing it because we had all these encounters and we had to escape these guys. There's these new mermaid statues you can find under the water that offer you gems. And these gems are the only thing in the game now that can actually offer you prestige or like rewards with each of the trading companies. So you can take one of these gems and turn it into the Gold Hoarders. You can turn it into the Order of Souls. You can turn it into the Merchants Alliance. Anywhere you want, you can gain rep with them. Another new thing is these Krakens and Megalodons. When you beat them, you actually get rewards from them now. So previously you weren't. So now when you beat a Megalodon, you're going to actually have treasure drop in the water, which is very cool because you should get rewarded for that.
Yeah, right. And how do you beat them? How do you fight them, the Megalodons? Because I haven't game in quite a while.
Yeah, basically you're just going to try and, fire as many cannonballs in as you can into them until they die, and you can use your guns too. But the Megalodon is pretty much with cannons. The Kraken, you can use their sword and stuff a little bit because the Kraken, the tentacle wraps around the ship sometimes, but it's basically using your cannons, essentially. So you have to, hope that you're stocked up well enough. Monty and I, we were in a bad spot when we got attacked by the Kraken and the skeleton ship at the same time, basically. So essentially what we had to do is we grabbed a rowboat and we bailed out of there. We're like, screw this. So we just left we just abandoned ship. We took our treasure out of the rowboat and we ended up getting our treasure on the rowboat. So we're like, yeah, you can have the ship Kraken. Don't worry about it. We'll just take this rowboat and get out of here. So that was a lot of fun. But the skeleton ships obviously are always able to get treasure from those too. So basically any encounter that you have that's like an AI encounter now, you're going to get treasure from it, except for like random skeletons on the beach. But in forts now, they've actually changed forts too, where the forts now have some new things you can get from the forts. So if you beat a skeleton fort, there's this new mega powder keg, And basically this powder keg, it's like a giant version of the explosive barrels.
Right.
But this is like a more powerful version where I haven't actually used it yet, but I've heard it can take out a ship in one blow. So basically you drop this in on a ship and there's no chance for them to repair. Like they're basically sunk automatically pretty much.
Oh my
so
gosh.
That's kind of cool. So
this will be great. Yeah, because the other ones you had to use at least 2 or 3, like in a quick succession.
Exactly.
Short amount of time for it to actually be like unrepairable.
And I'm pretty sure you can use these on like the Kraken and stuff like that too if you needed to. So that'd be kind of interesting too. But
maybe you can use that before you get on the rowboat. Just blow it up with
yes.
the Megalodon. There you go.
Exactly.
Now I'm on the rowboat. Yeah. Shoot it.
Of course, you're probably going to die though, because I mean, this thing is probably so powerful that it's going to kill you too. I would assume, but you never know. But with skeleton forts as well, one of the criticisms is always that you're beating a skeleton fort, you get this stronghold chest, you get this stronghold skull, but there's nothing equivalent for the Merchants Alliance. Now they have a chest of bone dust, and this chest of bone dust that's in there, that is actually an equivalent for Merchants Alliance. So that gives you about the same amount of gold as the stronghold skull or the stronghold chest would. So at least there's kind of an equivalent for the Merchant Alliance in there now, which is nice. And do you ever remember, Gunny, when you're sailing around the world, that some of the forts were never active? They're kind of like abandoned?
Yeah, well, I was just thinking that, especially since I haven't played the game in so long, where, you go to these skull forts, and they had a lot of stuff to them, visually, art style. They had, it was a fort, basically, but I'm like, where is everybody? There's nobody, there's nothing here. So, a lot to look at, but nobody here. So, there's no chest, there's nothing to get. I mean, that was kind of a letdown for me, but I had a feeling like later on they would add stuff. Yeah,
that's what I'm going to say, too, is that the Shroud of Spoils, there were 6 forts that were basically like abandoned forts. Those forts are now active. So now you can go to all the forts, and basically they said that, like you see the big skeleton cloud in the air that signals a fort, there should be a fort popping in the server like every 10 to 15 minutes. So you should pretty much always have forts available to you. Maybe within like a 10 to 15 minute span you wouldn't, but essentially you shouldn't go any more than 15 minutes without seeing a fort active. So that is very cool. And these forts too, they're not the same exact layout as the previous forts. Some of them are pretty hard layouts because some of them only have like, the previous forts were pretty easy to get onto, but some of these forts are like up in the cliffs kind of thing. So there's only one way to get in there, and since there's only one way to get in there, you're getting fired on by skeletons, and it seems like it's a lot harder for some of these forts to actually take them down. So that offers a more challenging and a different experience also. It's kind of like the main theme of this DLC is that it's not, where Cursed Sails was, oh, here's some skeleton ships, fight these. It's not, the Hungry and Deep, here's a big shark, fight this. Like, it's not those DLCs or even Forsaken Shores where you're having this new region to explore. This DLC seems like it's a DLC that offers a better experience throughout the game as a whole. It doesn't add a ton of content per se, but it takes a lot of the things that were already in the game and changes them to make them more fun. And that's what I really appreciate because, like these forts, they have more forts active. The sharks, they are 6 different sharks now, which I didn't mention yet. So now the Megalodons, there's 6 different types. And there's even one that's like a ghost shark. So they're doing different things now that offer a better experience for the things that were already in the game. And I really appreciate that.
It seemed like with Sea of Thieves, they kind of did things opposite of what other game makers do. And that is, I will say that the visuals, the game looked stunning at launch and even going forward. And I didn't have any real problems like as far as that, and the art style, like everything was there, but then you're like, there's a lot of stuff missing. You can tell, like, where are the fish in the sea? And there is no freaking whales or megalodons or, and what I talked about with these, skull forts and stuff. And I'm like, okay, at least they got the groundwork done for how the game looks visually in the art style. That's all set up. So glad to hear that they're adding content and, the game's doing well. Just need to go back to it.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it really changed the experience for me because in an hour and a half play session, usually I wouldn't be able to do anything really. And, I'd leave kind of with a bored experience because you have to spend a lot of time in game to get a lot out of it, which is the case before. But this time I played for an hour and a half and I had so much fun, even though I didn't get a lot of gold. I only got like 2,500 gold. I had so much fun actually doing it, and that is something that's really key for me is being able to jump in for a short play session and have some fun. So the fact that it seems like they're trying to change that stigma now, that is something I really appreciate.
Great.
And the one other thing I'll mention very fast about it is there's new customization options for your cannons, your capstone, and your wheel now. So you can actually change the look of your capstone, your wheel, and your cannons now. So you can actually have like different cannons and stuff. That's pretty cool.
Nice.
That's cool.
But I have just one more game. That's it. So the last game I have to talk about is probably the one that everyone knows I'm most known for, State of Decay 2. State of Decay 2, I'm always playing this, so it's pretty much the game that I play every week, and I never stop, so. But State of Decay 2 recently had a new DLC of its own. They didn't technically title it a DLC, they called it an update, but it was pretty much DLC because it added a lot of new content. It was called Zed Hunter, and Zed Hunter added crossbows to the game, it added some new skills, it added some new missions, it added blood plague consumables, and these are kind of things that they give you a little bit of blood plague when you take them, but they offer you new experiences. So like there's this one called Zed-Eye, and if you drink this bottle of Zed-Eye, then it actually makes the world glow in the dark at night, so you can actually see better at night. And there's other things like, let's say Zedrenaline. This basically replenishes your health and your stamina for a short amount of time. So if you're going to like a horde of zombies, you can pop a pill of Zedrenaline, and then when you're fighting the zombies, you'll take damage, but then that damage will actually replenish. So
that's pretty
it's
cool.
kind of cool. Yeah,
Yeah, that is cool. Yeah, they've added on to the energy drink. They just kind of added a thing to it. That's cool.
Exactly. So
I want to call
kind
them
of a cool replenishment to look at.
I want to call them blood plague digestibles. Is what I want to call them.
That could have been a way to do that. Yeah, they didn't call it that way, but I mean.
Because you said if you take too many, right? Like you said that on your podcast. It's like, yeah, just keep taking those things. You're going to get blood plague.
Yes, you will get blood plague, and you know how there's like a timer when you get blood plague? If you keep taking them after the timer starts, it'll make the timer go down even more. But the devs did tell me directly that you can't officially kill yourself by doing it. So you can't be like, oh, I have 10 minutes left to live. Pop another one of these and see if I die. Like the game won't let you actually kill yourself with it. So that's
I'm gonna
So
tweet
what,
at Jeffrey.
like the lowest,
Yeah.
you only get to like the lowest time, and then it's just what does it do? It's just fucking the timer keeps going, but you can actually kill yourself.
Yeah, the timer will keep going, but you won't be allowed to use a blood plague consumable because it would effectively kill you if you used it. So I don't know what that threshold is. Like, I don't know if it's like, okay, if it's a half hour left, you can't use it anymore. Like, I don't know what the threshold is. I didn't test it, but there is a threshold somewhere.
And remind me, if I remember correctly, when you have blood plague and if you have 30 minutes left, even if your survivors in the camp, they turn into a zombie and attack the other people in the camp, right?
Yes, they would if you don't cure them. So you have to try and cure them, or if you don't cure them, you can either euthanize them or exile them.
Yeah, I remember that. Do they turn into a zombie still, even if they're like laying in the bed or the hospital bed or whatever?
I've never tried that specifically, but should, because, I mean, if they only have a certain amount of time left to live, then if that timer runs out, then they're toast. So
and all that
it should happen.
And all that happens when you put them on the bed, it slows it down, right? It doesn't add time to it.
It'll basically slow it down, and the only way to get rid of it completely is if you have to use like meds or you have to use blood plague cure.
Yeah.
So basically, that's the only way to get rid of it completely.
Okay.
But there are some really cool ones too that you have enclaves. Like, when you face hostile enclaves, you can now use a bloater gas grenade on them. So like the same gas that a bloater does, you can throw a grenade like that at a human, and it can actually envelop them, and they start coughing, they heal over, kind of like you would when you actually hit a bloater. So it's kind of cool that you can actually use those grenades now.
I feel like I would be farting on them, just watch them cough and gag and run, and then you just like take out your assault rifle, or your crossbow now, which is kind of cool.
No, it is pretty cool too, which I haven't found this yet, but there is a launcher that actually launches them too. So you can either throw it by hand, or you can use the grenade launcher that works for these. But I haven't found a specific grenade launcher for those yet.
Okay.
Nice.
Another one is the Zombait. This is basically something that you can use to attract zombies. So It's basically like a throwing consumable. You just throw it and it attracts zombies. So this actually could be used to get out of a jam because if there's a lot of zombies around you, you can throw a zombie jar to the other side of the room and they'll go to the other side of the room. So that's something you could use to escape if you need to. And this one doesn't give you Blood Plague, actually, because you're not actually consuming it.
Okay.
Nice.
And then the last one that's a Blood Plague consumable, it's called Scent Block. This is a pretty cool one where if you use Scent Block, it does give you a little bit of Blood Plague, but the zombies can't smell you because you basically cover yourself with their smell, and they can't smell you, so you can kind of walk all in them, and they won't know you're there. But if you get too close, then sometimes they will notice you're there, so just, don't get, right up in their face, basically, but you can pretty much walk around them without them noticing, so that's kind of cool.
Can you, I don't know if you tried this or not, but if you would hack one of them, I don't know, just by maybe one action, does that kind of cancel out your Z blocker? If you shoot one and one bullet,
cancel it out.
Yeah.
The only thing it's going to do is it might alert some of the zombies that you're there, so it might alert some of them, but it won't cancel the scent block.
Yeah. I mean, it would defeat the purpose. I was just curious.
Can I use the scent block when I'm going up against a plague heart?
You can, yep.
Say I got like a bunch of C4 and shit, or bombs or whatever. I use the scent block and I walk in there all the way to the plague heart and then put the bombs in there, then walk out and then blow it up. Does that work?
Yeah, that would work.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
that makes that really easy then.
Definitely.
It makes it like the 50 cal thing where like you could shoot it with 3 bullets of the 50 cal and it was done. I mean, it almost makes it like that now where you could just put a bunch of bombs in there. Because I know like it takes like maybe when I did it with like 4 or 5 bombs. I just craft the bombs or whatever, drive to a plague heart, run in there as fast as I could, killing zombies, and then I would plant the 4 or 5 bombs in there, and then I'd run out and blow them all up. That's usually my strategy now.
The only thing I'll say, though, is, just make sure you're not getting too close to the zombies. You have to kind of sneak by them a little bit, because if you go right in the front door, right up to the zombie's face, they're going to know that you're there, so they're going to get attacked. But as long as you stay a little bit out of their way, then it will work that way.
Sneak up behind them and stab them in the head with a screwdriver.
But if there's 7 or 8 of them, it's going to be a little difficult because they stay close to each other. I
mean, all I need to do is sneak in there, and there's not
right, exactly.
Which you can do the first time.
Yeah, if they can't smell me, then I'm pretty sure there's going to be 1 or 2 zombies in my way, unless there's 50 of them in the plague heart room or something. Pretty sure it won't be too hard.
Pretty much when you get to the plague heart, there's almost never zombies actually in that room. So I mean, it's basically around the fronts of the door kind of thing.
Yeah, so if you could just find a way to sneak past the first few zombies at the door, stab them in the neck or something with the screwdriver, or chop their head off or whatever.
Or even if you jump through a window, I mean, they'll probably hear the noise of the window, but they're not going to be able to smell you. So if you jump through a window, then you can probably see
go. Yeah. Fuck. Smart.
Yeah, strategy right there.
There you go. New plague heart strategy.
All right.
Yeah, lots of cool updates to this game that you talked about in your last show.
Yeah, and Jesus, I think the crossbows, I would definitely try those out when you get back in the game. The crossbows are so much fun to use. They have different types. They have a sniper crossbow, which has a really good scope on it. They have a repeating crossbow. The repeating one obviously reloads a lot faster. You can kind of keep firing it at will. They have a hunting one, which is similar to the sniper one. It just has a little bit less of a scope. And then they have a light one, which is obviously very lightweight. So they have different types of crossbows, but they're all very fun. And one of the cool things with the crossbows is, say you fire them at a Juggernaut and you kill the Juggernaut, you can go up to the Juggernaut's corpse and you should be able to get most of your crossbow bolts back. So say you shot 10 into them to kill him, then you should be able to get 4 or 5 of them back. So you can actually recover your crossbow bolts.
Cool. And the other one you talked about was re-rolling the skills for your community members, which I thought was pretty cool, especially if you don't want them to be a carpenter or something, you need them to be in the hospital. That would be nice.
Exactly. And one of the coolest things with respecing your characters is, say when you're first playing the game, Gunny, you really wanted a certain type of the shooting skill, right? You wanted, I really want gunsling. I want gunsling so bad. That's my favorite one. And you specialize them, and then when you specialize them, it doesn't have that choice available because these choices that are available for the specializations are based on the character's traits. So if your character didn't have the traits that allowed him to do gunslinging, you wouldn't have that as an option. But now when you use the respec skill books, you can actually respecialize your character and get all of the options for shooting. That way, if you wanted him to be gunslinger and he didn't have that option available when he started, he can actually have that option available now. So that's really cool, actually.
Do you have to level it up all the way once you switch them?
Yes, you do have to re-level it up, which that's the one drawback is if you already had it level all the way.
Up all the way, yeah, then you have to redo it. That sucks. Okay.
But it's not going to be like going all the way back down. Like when you first start the game, like when you're, using, with level 1. Yeah. It's not going to be where you have to get back to level 7, then specialize, then get back to level 7 again. Basically, all it's going to be is if you're already specialized, you re-specialize. So like you're going to be specialized in whatever you want, but then you just have to start back at level 1 of that specialization. So it's still going to be, upgraded tier. Okay. It's just going to be at level 1 of the specialization.
Which isn't too bad. That's kind of more reasonable. Okay.
And it will take you a little bit longer to get that specialization up because they said, like, this person was retrained in this. So if they're retrained in this specialization, then it's going to take them a little bit longer to relearn that. So basically, your experience will go a little bit slower when you re-level that. But it's not too bad, though.
Right.
But yeah, there's new missions that have some of these available. So the new missions are pretty cool, too. And there's a lot of great things going on with the game. So I definitely check out that Zed Hunter update, and the Zed Hunter update was free. So, definitely get in there and check that out.
Do it.
And if you guys want, I'll mention the community event that's coming up too.
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah, so the community event that starts tomorrow is Undead Trials 2. This is a event that I am putting on with 2 other people. And Jesus himself is going to be in there with us, so he's going to compete as well. Basically, Undead Trials 2 is a competition that's in the base game. It has 7 mini-games that we all invented ourselves that you have to go through these mini-games. And essentially what's going to happen is there's going to be a referee for your game. So say it's I'm the referee, say Gunny, Ryan, and Jesus are the competitors. Basically, I'm going to tell them, okay, today we're playing Demolition Derby. That's one of the games we have, for example. And you're going to play this in Demolition Derby. It's basically the last one with a standing car. So the last one to have their car blow up, that's the winner for that type of game. And there's different types of games that are like some are time-based, some are elimination-based. But let's just say we're playing Demolition Derby and say, Ryan blows up first, then Jesus blows up second. Gunny would win that game. And then Gunny would move on to the next round with 0 losses. It's going to be a double elimination event. So basically everyone's going to get at least 2 games, but if you lose twice, you're out. And at the end of the week, it's going to be from December 9th to December 15th. So at the end of the week, we're going to have 1 grand champion, and that 1 grand champion is going to win a State of Decay 1 t-shirt, a State of Decay pin, a State of Decay water bottle, a State of Decay Bronto gas jacket, which is an actual physical jacket, and an Undead Labs signed poster, and all of these items are only available through contests except for the pins. So definitely some great prizes there, and we have 6-5 competitors playing, so it's going to be a lot of fun. I would definitely check that out. Stay tuned on my Twitter, which is at Blaise Xperience. Stay tuned on Twitch and Mixer. We're going to have so many streamers streaming these games. If you want to check out Jesus play, Jesus will be playing from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern on Monday. That's when he plays. So I play on 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. That's when my first game is. So, come watch us play. You telling me
I got to compete against 65 people?
Yes.
You know what?
What the fuck?
This is very, very, very not competitive. For anyone listening out there that is interested in checking this out, I watched last Sunday.
Fuck you mean it's not competitive?
I watched my State of Life. I think I watched more than I actually played. But it's fun. It's funny. It was hilarious.
All
exactly.
Right, I'll try to win. I'll do my best, people. I'll do my best to win.
Blaise was pretty much playing the, you were playing, I want to call you, you were the director last week, and it was hilarious.
Yes.
It was hilarious. I had a fun time.
Yeah, so basically you're going to have one referee that was refereeing the game, and they're going to explain the rules and stuff like that, but the games aren't that hard either. Like what I've always said when I describe people is whether you played 5 hours in the game or whether you played 500 hours in the game, you can still play in this tournament and have fun because it's a tournament that it's not like super skill based where you have to be so good at the game to do it. A lot of these games involve luck. We have scavenger games where you might get lucky and find the items early. You might, not get lucky and find the items later. So there's a lot of games that involve a lot of luck, but they involve a little bit of skill to where if you are experienced, you might have a slight advantage, but it's not going to be so much of an advantage where you're automatically going to win. So if someone that's, very, very new at the game, they can enter this tournament and they could possibly still win just by, having a little bit of luck on their side. So it's pretty cool. And Jesus,
who's going to be my ref? I need to pay him off.
Your ref is one of the answers. K Sizzle. Wait, no. Actually, your ref is Sarkoth. Sarkoth was one of the duo champions in the first Undead Trials. So you have one of the champions.
Oh,
I'm gonna pay him off. Oh, yeah.
And you're actually lucky. I didn't plan it this way in purpose, but originally, Jesus, you were supposed to go against the defending champion in your match.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Eliminate first round. Fuck this game.
But we had somebody drop out, and because somebody dropped out, we had one buy available. So the defending champion is getting a buy. So you no longer have to face the defending champion.
Okay.
So you're scot-free.
Man. That relieves a lot of stress.
Good luck.
All right. Well,
yeah,
good luck, people.
Yeah, good luck. I hope you do well. Hopefully I do well as well. Gunny didn't want to grace with his presence. He didn't want to enter, so I tried.
I suck at video games.
Who cares, man? You could have just entered. We would have had double the chances to win for HGP.
Yeah, I just don't know my schedule tomorrow. So.
Oh, man.
Family depending.
And there's even a chance to win just by participating. There's a participation prize that's going to be raffled off, which is a State of Decay 1 t-shirt. So even just by playing Gunny, you could have won a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Damn.
All you had to do was sign up. You didn't even have to show up. You didn't have to
I didn't want to commit my time and then be like, their obligations to the family. We're leaving out of town for like 8 hours. So that's why I didn't sign up.
All right, well.
Yeah. But I love watch. I can watch
I look forward to it. I haven't played State of Decay 2 in months. I should probably brush myself up a little bit here.
Yeah, you should brush up a little bit before you have your competition there.
Yeah, get the controls down.
Get the controls down again. Yeah, because I haven't played it in forever. Oh, man. I'm nervous now, to be honest.
I really wish I could watch your match too, but I have to work through your match. I can't watch your first match. But I mean, it's double elimination, so I'll hopefully get to watch your second match because you'll have at least 2. So hopefully, I can watch.
Everybody's there to help you. Even the referee is there to guide you.
Right. Exactly.
So it's all in good fun, Yeah.
So how long should I expect the match to be? I mean, is it going to be the full 3 hours? Is it going to be an hour, 20 minutes, 30 minutes?
We schedule it in 2-hour blocks because each match lasts like a max of 2 hours. Some of the matches, like there's some games that don't last as long. Like for example, Demolition Derby is probably going to be one of the quicker ones. So the referee gets to choose which game they want you to play. So if Sarkoth says, "Okay, you're playing Demolition Derby," you might be able to finish that game in like an hour. But some of the games could take longer. Like the game called I Can. I Can is definitely going to last 2 hours just based on the way it's structured. So it kind of depends what game the referee picks. And the referee gets to choose out of the 7 what game they want you to play.
Sweet. Okay. Demolition Derby all the time.
Yeah.
Mad Max at the wheel.
No bullshit. No kill 5 juggernauts. Is there any kill 5 juggernauts?
With your hands. Bare fist.
Go up and punch 5 juggernauts in the face and run away.
I mean, the way I Can works, I Can is kind of a bit of a mental competition in a way, because say it's Jesus, Gunny, and myself in that game, the referee is going to say, "Okay, I want you to tell me how many juggernauts can you kill in an hour?" And Gunny's going to be like, "I don't know, I can kill 2 in an hour." And then he's going to ask Jesus, "Okay, Jesus, how many can you kill in an hour?" You have to either tell him, "I can kill some number more than that," or you have to call Gunny out and say, "Gunny, you can't do that." So you have to be like, "Okay, I can kill 3 in an hour." And then he's going to ask me, "Okay, Derek, how many can you kill in an hour?" "I 5 in an hour." And then Gunny's like, "No, you can't do that." So Gunny calls me out. Yeah, exactly. So Gunny calls me out, and then I have an hour to try and kill 5 juggernauts. If I kill 5, Gunny is out. But if I don't kill 5, Gunny called me out correctly, so I am out. So that's kind of how that works.
But does Gunny still have to go and kill the 2 juggernauts?
No, he wouldn't have to kill any, but then it goes down to the final 2. So, like, say I went out.
Okay, so now I have to call out Gunny or he has to call me out. Or how many?
Exactly, yep, exactly.
Fuck,
so.
Okay.
Tip for tat, man. Then it's getting competitive at that point, real competitive.
Oh, damn.
But the reason why I like that game is because that game is a lot of mental involved, because ideally in that game, you don't want to play in round 1 at all. Like, ideally in that game, like if that's an actual thing that happened, ideally Jesus won because Jesus didn't have to do anything. He didn't have to call anyone out, so Jesus is safe. It's like Jesus automatically made it to round 2 without doing anything. So ideally, you want to be in that position.
I'm gonna say I could kill 100 juggernauts. Call me out, guys.
Okay, Jesus, go kill 100 juggernauts. I'll see you in a week. Yeah.
Exactly. So, but that kind of gives you an idea. Like some of the games, I think Gunny watched the Time Trials racing one where time and you have to race on a race course. So like, there's a lot of different types where it's like some are timed, some are elimination based. So there's a lot of different types of games that we came up with, and it's going to be so much fun. So I can't wait to have this happen.
All right.
Yeah, and so this is with like for players, and I thought it was real complex with who can get fuel, who can't get fuel, where do you find fuel. Because you're going to need fuel for vehicles to get around the track. So.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. And fight off zombies at the same time.
Okay.
Which I don't know if you want to mention it here, Jesus, or if you had planned later, but I think you got some giveaways too, based on State of Decay.
Oh, I do actually. Yeah, I mean, thanks to you, we got some codes for State of Decay, Daybreak DLC, and 4th of July pack, which adds new weapons, new skins to your vehicles, new vehicles, as a matter of fact. And Daybreak actually adds a new mode to the game where you can have to survive as long as you can against a wave of horde of zombies, I guess. And yeah, so I mean, I made it real simple for people. Real simple. Like all you had to do was tell me what was your favorite thing of State of Decay. And only 3 people responded. So, I mean, 1 person is out, but I mean, 2 other people, I'm going to split up the prize. To give to people here, I'm going to give 1 of each a code. And to those people is Raphael Cintrone and Matt Jackett. Congratulations, guys. I'll give you a code for each one of you. One's going to get the Daybreak DLC. The other one's going to get 4th of July pack. I'll probably message them to you on Facebook because you're part of the group. So I'll just message you on here, and I'll send you the codes. As far as who gets what now that's a whole different story. I don't know how I'm going to do that. Flip of a coin or something.
You got to beat Jesus in one of the games that he's going to be playing in.
Beat 10 juggernauts.
Yes.
In the vanilla game.
Oh, man. So I set that part out. But
only
I'll give you
using
guys
a barbecue
the codes.
fork.
I'll try to get them to them today, if not tomorrow latest. But yeah, thank you for those codes, man. We really appreciate it, honestly.
No problem. Congrats, guys.
Yeah, we know that you're probably one of the biggest people that I play State of Decay to more than anybody. And yeah, so fuck, I was not expecting 65 people to be against this tournament. Man.
It was a pretty good turnout, I'd say. I'd say 65 is pretty good,
That's a lot of fucking people. That's 64 other people I have to defeat, and you're on the list.
Yes, I'm on the list.
And you play this, and you're the one that created these modes, so you know like everything about these modes. Oh man!
So be nice to him.
I'm in there. The other 2 organizers are in there.
Oh shit!
We have the 2 defending duo champions in there, and the defending solo champions in there as well. So
yeah, like God. All right, people. I'll try my best. Yep. But all right. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, let's go into a quick break. And right after this break, we'll come back at you with some news. Lots of news this week about all kinds of stuff. So be prepared. And we'll see you on the other side of this musical break.
We'll be right back.
ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the news. It's news time. Let's get into some news here. Some Bethesda news coming at you real quick. More news from Bethesda's crazy fucking shit that's going on this week and last week. Bethesda support leaked 6 customers' name numbers after a breach of their customer support site. It says here that, if you placed a complaint with Bethesda and an account and gave them your address and all that shit, well, your information might just have been compromised by Bethesda. Bethesda says they have addressed the issue since it happened, so no more information is being leaked as of now. But any information before that, they cannot guarantee your information was not compromised. So, if you thought Bethesda was having a bad day, it just got worse.
Wow. They just keep on.
Yeah, they're having lots of problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're having lots of problems. So we'll see what happens with that. I mean, will they get sued for that too? Who knows?
Well, it depends on hacked or like they're stolen, in the future. But yeah, they need to let those people some kind of credit block or something.
In other news, Overkill's The Walking Dead dev team Starbreeze has been raided by Swedish authorities. The offices of Starbreeze Studios in Sweden got raided by the police.
What?
Yeah, the police showed up like, hey, we're here to arrest people. We're raiding the office. It says the Swedish Economic Crime Authority showed up the other day. And apparently they started going through the company's computers, files, etc., taking computers out of the building, all that shit, because the company's under investigation for insider trading.
Okay.
This occurred just days after Starbreeze filed for reconstruction due to a shortage of liquidity. But yeah, this is here. Yeah. Along with the reconstruction, 2 key individuals were leaving the company, and that is Bo Anderson, who was the CEO of the company. He resigned from his position and the board of directors, and also Christopher Arwin, who also resigned the board. Both of those departures were effective immediately as soon as they announced the reconstruction of the company, and who knows what else might happen. I mean,
shady deals.
The only thing I can picture is just someone sitting on the computer, with the support ticket open, be like, why isn't Overkill answering my support ticket? What the hell is going on here? And they're probably thinking, we don't have computers anymore. We can't.
God.
Yeah. It says here that, according to some people, that the outgoing finance manager and outgoing CEO both sold their entire stake in the company back in November. Since the sales of their stock, so they had a bunch of stock in the company or whatever, because part of their package, right? It says that they sold it all completely. Just boom, we're selling it all right now. It says here that since those sales, the stock price for the company dropped about 80%.
Whoa!
So they knew something was coming.
Yeah.
As the company continues to struggle with the response to the new Overkill's The Walking Dead. So sucks for them. I mean.
Well, yeah, and for any stockholders or
for like all the stockholders, that had stock in the company or whatever, it sucks for them because obviously the CEO and the other dude kind of knew, like, man, this game is kind of shit. We should probably sell our stock, huh? Sell it now, boys. Sell high.
Yeah.
Sell high, buy low.
It's gonna tank.
In other news, a Chinese city's government might cancel Dota 2. A major event over a player's racist taunts. It says the next major for Dota 2 will be in Chongqing, China. It says it might be canceled by the city's government. If Carlo Cuckoo Palad, one of the pro players that Valve condemned last month for using racist insults against Chinese teams, tries to attend. So they said, that fucking asshole shows up, we're canceling it. It's done. We're not doing it here. Fuck you guys.
Yeah.
It says the Filipino player made the racist taunt in a game last month. And, the people, TNC Predator, I think that's his team or whatever. That might be his esports team, I guess. announced they would dock half of his winnings from a recent Kuala Lumpur major. So there was like another thing that they won.
Wow.
Says the team won $60,000 because they placed 5th. And as well, so they took away half of his payout from that. And they were going to take half of his earnings from the Chongqing major. So they were going to dock his pay half for both of those tournaments. But now they're saying if he shows up, sons of bitches, we don't want him here. And we don't want you here either. None of you.
So maybe he has a right to be. That doesn't make sense. Well, so they can't just ban him. But I guess if he's,
you could do what they want to the Chinese government. What the fuck you mean?
Yeah, right. Of course. I'm just thinking if, like, there's probably more involved where the team's probably like, well, fuck, we can't continue on. Why would we even want to be here ourselves if he can't be here? So
the team said Cuckoo was not banned, but that they have been told by the city's government that they might cancel the event if he attends. So
yeah, way to put pressure on.
Yeah. They also said they will not guarantee. They also said they will not guarantee his safety should he attend. So should say a mob of people that heard his racist comments towards Chinese people see him and they want to beat him up, we can't guarantee our police are going to.
Hell, let that be a warning to you, pal.
Yeah, he better bring his own security team.
Yeah. I mean, if that was me, I'd be like, okay, I'm not showing up.
Yeah, that's what I would say. I'd be like, fuck this, I'm not going there.
Hell no.
I'll take no hit from this tournament, guys.
But then again, I also wouldn't be making racist comments either, so I wouldn't be in that position. So
the team said that they were waiting and they're yet have to decide whether they will continue playing in the event. And they're going to explore all of their options.
Don't most teams have like a sub though? Can't they just use a sub to play for them?
That's what would happen, right? They would sub him out, but I'm assuming he's probably like one of their better players, probably. You know, it's kind of hard to sub like the star player when like a second string, like person.
Hey, you never know. Some second string players can be pretty good.
But then, you never know. They might find some new talent and have to let Cuckoo go.
And there's somebody we haven't heard from either. Whoever makes Dota 2, they just haven't made a statement yet about this.
It says Cuckoo issued an apology last week in which he said there was, quote, no excuse for his actions. And that he hoped for a chance to show that I can become a better example. That's what he said.
All right.
It says here that neither Valve nor the tournament organizers have issued an official statement on the matter at all.
No, they've been quiet about it. I mean, they're just,
We'll see what happens.
See what this asshole says.
Some racist
Next.
shit. And,
Just play the damn game. Gosh.
Well, he was playing the game when he said some racist shit. I don't think. He didn't think. He wasn't thinking. He doesn't care, I guess. In other news, Ashen has not come to Xbox Play Anywhere. It's come to the Xbox Game Pass on the console, but it did not go. And it's only available on PC at the new Epic Game Store, which is their new launcher that they just announced recently, and they've actually launched, where you could play like Epic games such as Fortnite and whatnot on there. Apparently, it's not for right now. It's an exclusive on PC to the Epic game launcher. So you have to download the launcher to even play it on PC. But some people are pissed because they're saying, what the fuck, Microsoft? I mean, you guys said this is an Xbox Anywhere title. It should be in your Windows Store or whatever.
Yeah, should be.
What the fuck? And Microsoft and Aurora 44 have released statements saying that Ashen is coming to the Windows 10 Microsoft Store and other platforms. So probably Steam, in the future. With
I know Jesus is going to be buying it, so.
Confirmed that it's also coming to Xbox Play.
Maybe you should buy it on Windows 10, Jesus. Right?
Maybe it'd be better. I don't know. Better graphics for the no face having people.
And I do have to say, too, I don't know if he's trying to troll you, Jesus, but in the Discord right now, Johnny Done's asking for someone to play Ashen.
Oh, God. God. No, shit. In other news, NVIDIA, the company known for graphics cards and all that shit, have now created a new AI that can create images as you're playing a game. So, for example, in their demo that they have here is a video of a city, and there's a player, one of their internal testers or whatever, who is playing the game, and as he's driving through the city, the AI is actually building the city that he sees on the fly. And you know, so they're saying that the reason this is important and why it's so fucking cool, you know, for them to be able to do this, is they say that this is not just any kind of city, it's a photorealistic city. It looks like a real city as you're driving down it. They say that this does not, like, if you're using this, you don't need like a graphics card to use this. It's just an AI doing all the work.
Amazing.
That's pretty fucking crazy, right? Like,
That's
cool.
cool.
And but they're saying that the coolest part about it all is that before, like, yeah, it's this procedurally generated games where, for example, Dead Cells, where like the things always change, you know, the maps always change, the things always change. And this is not just that it's always changing, is that it's doing it in real time, and then it's doing it in a realistic manner. Like, it can detect, it can predict the patterns of like how a human would drive. So it generates traffic, it generates turning, cars making left turns, cars making right turns, red lights, green lights, stop signs. It memorized all that. The AI, apparently, when it got launched, the only thing that they told it was, like, the only thing they labeled in the city for it, so like it didn't ever fuck it up, was what's a car and what's a tree. From there, the AI itself programmed itself to like think, what would a city look like? And it built a city. That's the crazy part. They say they look forward to using this tech in the future. Obviously, it's probably like very starting up right now, you know, but that's kind of crazy.
That would be nice to just drive around that and just thinking like video game wise, just stream that and go, look what this thing is building.
Yeah, on the fly, dude. Cool. Like,
oh.
Obviously, like they said, like, yeah, the coolest part to me is that it looks real almost. You know? Still looks like a game, but it looks pretty damn close to like real.
Yeah, and they're showing it in almost this like thermal look as well. So
yeah,
just different ways of how what it's creating.
In other news, move on to some more news here. Brooklyn rapper Millie Rock is suing Fortnite, or the guy who made the Millie Rock song. So 2 Millie is his name. Is now suing Fortnite for the dance that he made. Yeah. And also Chance the Rapper and an actor named Donald Faison have also complained about the game. So the rapper 2 Millie filed a lawsuit Wednesday against the makers of Fortnite, saying they were illegally using a dance he created in the wildly popular video game. The Brooklyn-based rapper, whose real name is Terrence Ferguson, alleges that the North Carolina-based Epic Games misappropriated his moves without compensation or credit in the lawsuit, filed in federal court on Wednesday in LA. The lawsuit states that the dance known on Fortnite as Swipe It, one of the many dances players can use for the characters, is taken from the music video Millie Rock, and a dance he came up with in 2011 that caught on as a craze in the summer of 2015, after a release of a song and a video of the same name. It says here, Ferguson says that the game both steals his creation and as a result, appropriates his likeness. He's asking for a judge's order that the game stop using the dance and for damages to be determined later. Mm-hmm. He says, quote, "They never asked for my permission." That's what he said.
You want some of that Fortnite money.
Yeah.
I can guarantee that he's not going to win with the stopping the use of the dance. He might get away from them, but he's definitely not going to win with stopping
that's
the dance.
All they're gonna do is say, "Look, dude, we'll give you like $100,000. Here you go. Shut the fuck up, and we'll put like your name as the dance credits."
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we'll call it.
I think that's probably what he wants to, because he wants the variety.
We'll call this the 2 Millie Swipe It on the screen when people select it. You know, like
swipe it by 2 Millie. There you go.
Swipe it by 2 Millie. That's what they're gonna just put, like the rappers' names or whoever made the dance for it. And then somehow they're gonna fuck that up because they're gonna put somebody's name on there that they're going to give them credit for the dance, and somebody else is going to be like, no, they didn't make that dance up. I made it up. They stole it from me first, and they made it popular. Yeah. There's going to be all that shit going on, dude. And then eventually they're going to take out dances from the game.
Yeah,
I understand his criticism though, because if you did actually invent that dance and they're stealing it without even asking you, that is pretty messed up. So they should be, at least talking to him first. But on the Fortnite side, they might not have known about this because apparently it was 2015 when this was popular. And if it's just coming in the game now, that was 3 years ago. The people at Fortnite probably don't know what dance was popular 3 years ago.
Nobody knows.
Well, and anytime you see a game,
popular 3 years ago.
Exactly.
Can you remember 3 years ago? What was viral 3 years ago? I don't remember.
I don't remember what I had for breakfast this morning.
Oh man!
As you see, a game like this, and just watch them, just money's pouring in like water, and I get it too. I see your side of it too, Blaise. Where, if they didn't ask for permission, absolutely. It's not like they're trading a dance or whatever, but they are using it in his likeness or anybody else's. So, you know what? Epic, give me $150,000 right now, and we'll squash this,
It says here that Chance the Rapper has criticized the game for not using the songs behind some of its dances. So he says that Fortnite, when somebody's doing a dance, you know how the song comes on? It's like that Fortnite song or whatever.
It's always that same one,
that same dance song. They're saying, well, instead of having the dance song that you have in your game, when you use a dance, use the song that kind of made that dance popular, whatever music video it was in. Or, for example, for 2 Milli, his dance was popular in that Milli Rock, in that song. So, if you're using that dance, put that song in there for a quick 10 seconds and pay the rappers or the artists who make the music some kind of royalty fee to use their song in your game. You know what I mean? And says here that the actor Donald Faison, who was from the TV show Scrubs, he says that in the game there's an emote that's based on something he did in the show. And says he tweeted in March, "Dear Fortnite, I'm flattered, though part of me thinks I should talk to a lawyer," when he tweeted at them.
Yeah, and then I've been following that a little bit with him, the guy from Scrubs, and I guess from what people are saying to him is hey, look, you know what? That trademark is through ABC or NBC Universal, whatever, not through you as the... Yeah, so it's just this back and forth thing. So I could see, that TV network going after Fortnite, and they would have
not the person
to either remove it completely or pay out. So, yeah.
Well, unrelated topic, you know what dance Fortnite needs? They need the Carlton dance from Fresh Prince.
Oh, yeah, they do.
No, but then he's going to sue them.
Well, if they do it the right way, at least talk to them and be like, hey, can we use your dance? That's the way to do this.
You know what?
They're not going to.
That might actually be in the game already.
Is it?
I might be, I think. I know they have a lot of them, dude. They have so
you know what
many.
I think, guys? I don't think they're going to ask for anybody's permission. You know why? They want 100% of the money, Epic, to line their pockets with, right? Who wants to share that cash, right?
No one wants to share that. But who knows what's going to happen.
But at the same time, though, who wants to get sued? They're going to keep having this come up, possibly, so who wants to get sued?
If this guy sued them, who's not to stop everyone else to sue them? You know what I mean? Because they have things in the game where, they're from viral, videos that were shared on Facebook and shit. They have stuff in the game from that kind of stuff. So who's not to say the people who made those videos or whatever, doing a stupid dance or something, don't go and say, you know what, fuck you, Fortnite, I'm suing you too because you use my dance in your shit. But the thing is, you can't copyright a dance. Right,
that's the thing. But you can.
But a professor here from a law school in Los Angeles said that 2 Milli might have a potential copyright claim or a right of publicity claim if the dance is a signature move that identifies him and would lead players to think he endorsed the game. So if he can prove to a judge, hey, people think that that I like this game, but I don't like it. I don't want them to use my dance. He might win that.
Yeah, they could.
And also, if you have enough money, and I've heard this from a lawyer on the radio who's been on the radio for the last 35 years, and he's always said, you can sue anybody for any reason at any time.
Yeah, it's the truth.
Yeah,
I could sue you. I could sue you right now, Gunny, for offending me.
You know what?
You looked at me
Go
funny.
ahead. Talk to my lawyer.
You looked at me funny right now. I don't like that
Talk
look.
to my lawyer.
I don't like that look you gave me, partner.
See you.
And I'm going to sue you too, Gunny, because you didn't
shit.
join Untouched.
Oh, shit. All right. How
Sue
much do
him.
you guys want?
He hurt your feelings. Tell him he hurt your feelings for not joining.
Yeah.
Let me send you guys
You
some
didn't
codes.
join. Jesus joined. So, I'm going to share the money with Jesus. So the money we get out of suing you, I'm going to share with Jesus.
Damn it. Can we settle this out of court, guys?
I'm suing Ryan, too, because he didn't make me buy Dead Cells.
Early enough, right? You lost some of that enjoyment time.
I should have had this
Thank you, Ryan.
enjoyment months ago, Ryan. You didn't force me to buy the game. What the fuck?
Yeah. You just said check it out, like, just casually. Like, you didn't say it was like... Yeah.
Suing everybody.
Yeah.
In other news, Soulja Boy has now responded to the criticism of his new video game consoles. And he says, I feel that everything is 100% legit. Earlier this week, Soulja Boy expanded his repertoire to include both the smartwatch called the Soldier Watch and 2 new game consoles. Well, it says here that the bizarre new smartwatch didn't grab much attention. His 2 consoles prompted a deep dive from a number of outlets, including Waypoint Publications, the Waypoint, whatever, that magazine or that website.
Yeah.
And also like Digital Foundry and all this shit went into his console. And, it turns out that like the consoles themselves are manufactured by a company named Anbernic. And this company makes consoles designed to emulate games developed for other platforms. And that's why Soulja Boy's consoles claim to work with so many different game platforms, allegedly coming with over 800 pre-installed video games on the consoles themselves. Besides being legally questionable, the consoles are also marked up on Soulja Boy's website, despite being identical to Anbernic's other products. So he pretty much bought like these consoles from this other company that makes emulators, sells them, and he put his name on it? Is that what it is?
Just from my perspective and just my first thoughts without reading the entire article or haven't been following it as much, it sounds like he just mixed up with the wrong people. What do you think?
Seems to me like he's fucking scam.
Yeah. I'm just saying he's mixed up with other higher players in the shadows that...
It says here that Soldier Game console is now currently on sale for $150 on his website, while the Soldier Game handheld is on sale for $100. And meanwhile, the original non-Soulja Boy branded versions of the consoles sell for $90 and $60 on Amazon. So, like, you could buy the same exact thing, the same exact fucking console without Soulja Boy stickers on it or whatever, for cheaper on Amazon.
Shady business he's in.
And Alibaba, the other, like, the Amazon of Asia, has them even cheaper than Amazon.
Using his likeness to scam people. Or, as he would put it, it just has my name on it.
Yeah, he says, as for the legalities of the consoles, he says, quote, honestly, I feel that everything is 100% legit and there will be no reason for any legal ramifications or anything like that. Honestly, I do not have any worries at all, any concerns, because everything we're doing is legit. It's been researched. Everything has been basically confirmed that it's a green light and we're good. It's partly the people from the outside looking that aren't understanding the type of deals that were made behind the scenes that are worried. But pretty much comes down to this. His console's using an emulator that is probably loaded with stolen games. They're not licensed officially from companies.
Legally questionable.
Yes, but he's not the one doing that. He's just buying the consoles and rebranding them, so he's probably legally protected, because if anyone sues anybody, they're going to sue that other company.
Well, I mean, along with him and his cronies. But then the question becomes, who are those people? They'll probably drop him like a Babbins. The heat's on.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find a picture right now, but I just want to see what this thing looks like even.
Somebody sent a link and they said it looked like an Xbox One, but...
Soldier Boy console. I've seen the handheld. The handheld looks fucking like a cheap China-made shitty console. And
does it have his name all over it or something? Or
no, it's just like a white little thing. It has a D-pad and it has like the buttons. The buttons are X, A, B, Y, I think is the way it goes. The top is X. It's like he took the Xbox controller and tilted the buttons one way up. So like it's X, A, B, Y. And then the middle, like the screen is in the middle, but the screen looks like a ghetto fucking screen, man. Like super ghetto, like little tiny screen. It's a handheld. The console does look like an Xbox One S. It looks pretty damn close to one. It looks kind of like a white Xbox One S.
Yeah, I think he's mixed up in the wrong business and needs to be careful. This is the actual master behind this scheme.
Well, plus, if he's going to call it like Soldier Game Handheld or whatever the hell he's calling it.
Soldier Boy.
What?
He's owning that responsibility.
Soldier Boy Game Handheld.
Well, it says here in the article, Soldier Game Handheld. Like, that's how it sounds. Like you'd think there'd be at least some kind of branding on there. Like, the thing is just white with, like, nothing on there. Like, that's definitely not sketchy at all to have no branding at all.
Right.
Consoles, yeah, that screen on that handheld is so small, dude. It's like a square screen too. It's not even like a wide screen. It's a square screen. It reminds me of like a what was those Sega handhelds from back in the day, dude? Like one of those is what it reminds me of. Like big blocky thing.
Next, he's gonna like go on eBay and buy a bunch of like Game Boy Advances and be like, Soldier Game Advance.
He tweeted out the other day, "Wow, my game console has orders coming in every minute." Then he posted a picture of his console. It's like he acts like he created this. He didn't.
Like I said, I think there's bigger players behind it.
He's just selling it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like all he's doing is just buying these consoles and be like, "Oh, well, let me just call it this." Okay, you want to buy it from me now?
I'm gonna go. Hold on, I'm gonna go to the Soldier Boy website right now. Soldier Boy. I'm gonna buy one of these.
You know what? Let's do it and then we'll review it on the show.
Soldier. SOULJA. Soldier Boy store. Website, by the way.
That'd be a good headline for you too. To just
I'm only coming up with the article.
Soldier Boy console before a PS4 Pro.
See, I see a bunch of T-shirts on here. I mean, this is under newest. I mean, I want to know what's like more. Radeon TV affiliates wallpaper. I don't see this on here, dude.
Yeah, I keep seeing the article, not the actual thing itself.
Yeah, I couldn't play that. Like, I just found like a picture of it, like articles about it. But
well, yeah, you know what? May not be on. You know what? He's probably got it down right now, just for. He's trying to be slick.
I'm trying to find it, man. I'm trying to legit find the webcam thing, and I don't see it anywhere. What the fuck? Oh, here we go.
What the hell?
Here we go. I think I found it. Maybe.
No, I don't see it. No, you know what? He's got it.
I found it. I found Soldier Game Handheld. $99.99. Usually it's priced at $200, guys. It's on sale. On sale. Color display.
Wow, up on that, Jesus.
Package, yes. Touchscreen, no. Model, handheld game console. Brand name, Soldier Game by Ann Bernick. Screen size 3.0 inches. Communication B, screen size 3.0. It says here, it weighs 0.35 kilograms. It says color black console, but it looks white in the pictures. I may not know what black and white is. I mean, and it says age over 3 years old. Game, 3,000 built-in games. 3,000 built-in games,
guys.
Lot
of games.
You get all the. Wow. You don't never need to buy another game. Game Pass. You think Game Pass is the deal? You get 3,000 games with this.
Hey, you know, I wonder whatever happened to these
games.
indie consoles. But
I'm looking at his
Give me some homebrew stuff.
I'm looking at the other console. No, the Soldier game console. This is...
I'm still trying to find where you actually found it. It's like, it's so hard to even find it.
This is $149.99, and this one only has 800 built-in games, guys. Only 800, I'm sorry. It's not... It comes with the TF card slot, an AV out, HDMI port, and a DC power thing in the back. In the front, it has 2 joystick ports, which look like USB ports to me, and the power button. And it's just like, it looks like a freaking... Whoa, here, guys. New development. I found the Soldier Watch. The Soldier Watch. It works on Android and iPhone.
Ooh.
Bluetooth, yes. Camera, yes. Clock, yes.
A clock on my watch.
GPS, yes.
It tells time. Real time.
Oh my god. Yeah, you guess how much the Soldier Watch goes for, Gunnies?
I'm going to say $90.
Cheaper, Gunny. You get it cheaper.
What?
Cheaper, Gunny. Go cheaper.
I'm going to go $35.
Okay, Gunny. I'm going to tell you right now. Right now, on the Horrible Gamers, the Soldier Watch usually sells for $49, but right now, on this show, we're giving it away for $19.99 sale price right now, Gunny.
Oh,
Right now, head over to soldierwatch.com. You get the deal for $19.99. Nowhere else are you going to find this deal.
I need 2.
You need 2? Well,
I will buy 2.
Okay.
I'm already pre-ordering 2.
That's $19.99 times 2, Gunny.
Because on those TV shows, everything's $19.99. Like, this seems like...
They have different colors for the Soldier Watch. They have a red, a black, a blue, a green, a white. I mean, just $19.99, people, right now on the show. I want to put.
I'm sure.
You know what? I'm going to put a link to watch.
I'm sure that people that are fans of him and his show that they probably love the watch, right? And I got a Soldier Boy watch.
This is
and
Soldier Boy watch. And link in the notes so everyone can get this deal. One. It looks like an Apple Watch, to be honest. It has like the same exact like design of it.
So maybe I had this all wrong. He's just trying to make
it's just not
brand. He's just trying to create this.
Maybe.
He has the name. He just needs the brand.
His Soldier branding. Yeah, it looks like it looks like an Apple Watch, but obviously the screen in the front is like way cheaper. It doesn't cover the full screen. It has like the bars on the bottom, and it looks way cheap. I mean, for $20, what do you expect?
Yeah.
But, ladies and gentlemen, you can buy it now. Head over to our show notes.
For a month. Yeah, that's what you can expect.
You'll find it in the show notes if you want to buy the Soldier Watch. In other news, Fortnite video game star Ninja has dropped an album, Gunny. An album.
Damn.
Ninja has an album. Ninja, who also won...
Like a music album?
Yes. Who also won, was it Streamer of the Year?
Yeah, did you see his studio?
Streamer?
Like the blink of like what they showed him in his studio?
That show was nice.
That was like top of the line shit right there.
It was fucking studio. I was like, holy fuck, dude. That dude has like a whole bedroom like the size of my house for his studio.
Crazy.
Oh, man. It says here, Blevins, that's his last name. His name is Tyler. Who's huge on YouTube as well, where he has 20.1 million subscribers, and Instagram, where he has 11.7 million subscribers. Let's hear that. He has now created a music album called Ninja Works Volume 1. This album is released on Capitol's Astroworks label, and it features 13 tracks of dance music curated by Ninja, and several tracks have already been released. It says here the full album hits December 14th. It says all the songs are electronic music or EDM, and it will help boost Blevins when he's gaming. That's what he says. It says it helps him get boosted when he's gaming. But he insists the music is much more than gaming atmosphere. It's really a set of soundtracks to parts of his life. It's from the heart. Okay? This EDM music flows out of his heart into the world. Guys.
Yeah. I mean, he's a great content creator. It even says here, Twitch, Red Bull, Esports, and Verizon. I mean, names part of a capital's effort to make sure it doesn't ever get blindsided by another tech revolution like the one that savaged the music business the last 20 years. Yeah. I mean, so basically it's make as much money as possible in the short amount of time you're trending and popular.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
why not, Tyler? Go for it.
Like, do you know how much money he's going to make off of this just because people are like, oh, I love Ninja, let me buy his album? Like, he's going to make so much money off of this.
Yeah, he will.
Yeah, he's going to make a shitload of money off of this.
People. That is nuts.
It's fucking crazy.
And meanwhile, like, actual artists that are putting out, like, great albums, they're probably, like, struggling. And just like, hey, I made an album, guys.
You know what I say? Bye-bye, cutie pie.
Oh, yeah. Who's that guy? Who's that pie guy? It's all about Ninja now, boy.
He tried to
Ninja, go Ninja, go. Go Ninja.
He tried to make himself relevant not too long ago. I don't even think he made it on our... Screw that guy.
Guys, tons of new games were announced this week at the Video Game Awards. If you watched, you may have caught a glimpse of Mortal Kombat 11. A new trailer release. Scorpion was fighting. Yeah. We're fighting Raiden. He was fighting Raiden, the electricity guy. Brings down lightning bolts and shit on you. Yeah, they were fighting. And what I thought was weird about that video was I was totally expecting like the Mortal music, like test your might, you know, like that shit, you know. But they played 21 Savage, the rapper. They played his song in the fucking trailer.
Yeah, that was kind of odd, wasn't it?
I'm like, I was expecting
I saw a lot of videos that were upset about that.
What I was expecting was like, okay, it started with that song, and then like one of them gets killed, and the song changes to like the Mortal Kombat. I was expecting something like that. I was like, it can't just be this fucking rap music. And no, they stuck with it.
And then also, I noticed that the song, because me and you were watching it live.
Yeah.
And so I was watching it on IGN's Twitch channel, and I noticed like the music came in a little late, and then it was like lower than the combat itself. It just wasn't balanced well. So I don't know, maybe if I watched it in a different setting, like a Dr. W YouTube video.
Well, now they have it. Now they have it all over their Facebook group or their pages and stuff. I shared it with the group. I posted the video in our group as their new trailer. That's their official like reveal trailer. Is that that music with that Scorpion and Raiden fighting?
Yeah,
it looked really cool though. The fucking the video looked cool as shit, but obviously the gameplay is not gonna look that good. I don't think. But really? they did say that in January. January, they will be revealing actual gameplay. It says no gameplay was shown at all in this video. It's all fake CGI. So they said, that's not gameplay, guys. They made sure to tell people that. And they said,
I figured it was CGI. Yeah.
Gameplay is going to be shown in January. And the game is headed to Xbox One, PS4, Nintendo Switch, and PC on April 23rd. Mortal Kombat 11, people. If you want it, get it. Also, Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled is back, or was coming out. This is obviously Crash Racing with the Crash people. I remember playing this game on the PS1. And now it's coming back. It's going to be re-released in high definition, new details, 4K, all that shit on the Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and Nintendo Switch. That's right. They're going to add new racers to the game, like additional racers, on top of the original ones, and new tracks. Game will also be getting online racing. Online racing.
Hell yeah. Add some multiplayer to that. That'd be fun.
Since the game is an older game, it's just kind of be remastered, kind of. It's going to be only $40 at launch on June 21st, 2019. Right after E3 next year, you're going to be able to buy this game. Also,
I'll pick it up.
A new Dragon Age game coming out. So EA's Bioware Division, who makes Mass Effect, and they're now working on Anthem, and Dragon Age, for that matter, have revealed a new game. So, I don't know if you watched the video for this. It was kind of weird looking.
They didn't really think.
Kind of really. So they said that they're really focused now on on finally announcing this project, and they're going to get to working on it fully here pretty soon. They're still like in the beginning stages. They said it was just like a teaser to get people hyped up again.
Yeah, I'm sure BioWare is probably working hard on Anthem right now.
Also, Marvel Ultimate Alliance is coming. Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3. So this is pretty much like Marvel Universe characters fighting. Coming exclusively to the Nintendo Switch.
Interesting.
Yes. So this will be the Avengers, X-Men, Guardians of the Galaxy. They're all going to be in there as characters fighting. Looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it looks like even what I played on 360 with Ultimate Alliance 2, which was a very good game, which is backwards compatible.
Yep. And
yeah, I remember that game too. It was a lot of fun back in the day.
And other games coming out. The Outer Worlds, a game that I thought looked really incredible. This is coming from the creative duo behind the original Fallout and people who also worked on other games like, BioShock and shit, I think. It says here that The Outer Worlds is going to be a new role-playing game like Fallout. The story is simple. This is what they said. You awake from hibernation on a colonist ship lost in transit to its destination on the edge of the galaxy, only to find yourself in the midst of a deep conspiracy threatening to destroy the colony. How you play out that scenario is up to you. The game is scheduled to arrive in 2019 for the Xbox One, PS4, and PC, and that game looked fucking good, man. Everything about that game looked good. I was like, holy shit, that looks damn good. Also, news came out, new Far Cry game coming out, Far Cry New Dawn. It's set in the Far Cry 5 world, but it's after the dude blew up the world. Like, he dropped the nuke went off, everything went... This is set after those events of Far Cry 5. So everything's really colorful, there's mutants... there's like weird armor that you're wearing. Everything's real colorful, purple and pink and green colors and yellow colors, and it looks kind of crazy. And the two main characters I think you play as are girls.
Yeah, there's a good trailer for it.
The Last Campfire was another game.
Nice trailer.
This looked okay. It was kind of a weird video they showed for this one. Hello Games is the one making it. Those are the guys behind No Man's Sky, if you remember. They say that we call it a Hello Games short. Like Pixar shorts, it's a way to foster creativity and new in the studio. We started by making Joe Danger before No Man's Sky, and we want to pay forward our success to give others the opportunity to do the same. I guess.
Sure. I think it was a little bit, but maybe I'm thinking of a different game. You remember that game, Faye? F.E.?
Yeah, I remember
that was
that.
Published by E, but I don't know who made it. So, yeah, good art style.
Yeah, and pretty much that's the list I have for you today. There was other games announced, but I'm not going to go through all of it. In other news, the player in Arsenal's team, Mesut Ozil, has a back injury, and he's been out of games. Like, he can't play. Like, he's injured, man. He can't fucking play. He can't, Gunny. He's out. Bench him.
Out of it. Done. Ooh.
He says that it might be because of Fortnite.
What? So now he's got to sit home and play Call of Duty all day.
He said that he thinks his back hurts is because he's been playing too much Fortnite. And, yeah. It says here that according to a statistics portal, Wasted on Fortnite is what it's called, Ozil's account has played around 5,221 matches of Fortnite altogether.
Damn.
It says here that also has therefore racked up a total playing time of 104,420 minutes, equating to about 1,740 hours, or in altogether 72 days. That's in a year. He did this in a year. This is
wow.
This isn't over like the last 2 years or 3 years. No, he did all this in a year.
Damn.
Yeah. It says here over the course of a year, that works out to about 5 hours worth of Fortnite every single day.
Which isn't much when you think about it, but he's maybe playing longer time than one sitting.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. He's probably playing like overnight.
Right, exactly.
He's obviously not playing every day because he probably has to fly places, go with the team to different areas, you know. Right. Unless he takes like his Switch with him and plays on his Switch. But I mean, I don't know. I guess if you're an athlete, be careful how long you sit down for, and your back will start giving out, and your team is going to have to trade you or just fire you.
Yeah.
But that's what he says that the back spasms might be from.
Well, I mean, I'm sure it's true. So he, needs to stop playing so much. And
pretty much here. And it says here that the team over at EA that made Fight Night, this would love to work on a new Fight Night game, but there's like no real reason that EA wants to do it. The EA hasn't made a Fight Night game since the 360, which is a boxing game. The last game they say they've actually made was that Creed Rise to Glory. Yeah.
I thought that was a movie.
PSVR game. It's a boxing game for the PSVR, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I think that those Fight Night games were super fun. I love them, all of them. But yeah.
Yeah, they're super well done, for sure. I mean, graphics are done really well.
Yeah.
You think the market's still for a fighting game like that?
I don't know. That's the problem.
I feel like
boxing is
I feel like the market's there more for a UFC game now. So
yeah, UFC is definitely trending. I'm more of a boxing guy, so I prefer boxing. But I'm old, so it's old hat now.
Yeah, because I mean, a UFC game I feel like would sell pretty good, but a boxing game now I feel like would be on the decline.
Yeah, right. It wouldn't be as good, I don't think. In other news, Tony Hawk is going to be in a new mobile game. Tony Hawk's Skate Jam will be produced by Maple Media. So yeah, they're going to be making a new iOS and Android game with Tony Hawk as the main character.
Make some good money off of this.
I bet they will. Because think about like a mobile.
I didn't even think about this. Like, everybody's like, how could he make a new one? All these licensing issues and even his name and stuff. But sure, move over to mobile platform.
You'll make a lot of money.
That would work.
It'll be a popular. It'll be a popular game.
Yeah.
You're right, Gunny.
Sell it for like $6 or just go free to play. A lot of cosmetic stuff and other perks. Yeah, man. Make some serious dough. Good on him.
Oh, man. In other news, let's see here. Moving on. Skip that one. Let's go to this each. Whoa. Court has heard a director at a video game giant EA was fired following a dick remark. Says here, a senior director with the video game company EA, Electronic Arts, was fired from his job after a video conference call with a female employee in which the word dick was used. Mr. Grenett, who is 56 years old, he was the senior director of global delivery service for EA, denies making the comment in a one-to-one video conversation with his female colleague who is based in Austin, Texas on November 9th. It says here that he denies saying the following. He said he was not going to, quote, going to pull my dick out and put it on the table to see who has the bigger dick. That's what he said.
Next to another female colleague.
Yeah. In a sworn statement, he said that what he actually said in the conversation was, I don't want to compare the length of my dick with the colleague. Oh, God. Like, it makes it any better, dude.
Yeah, like, that's not any better at all.
Let me reword that. No, I think I said I don't have the larger dick.
You mean
it wouldn't fit on this table.
I didn't get fired over the length part? It's the dick part? Shit. Sorry, guys. Oh, man.
I'm just going to stand at this table with my dick out. No, that didn't. No. Let me consider. Hold on.
Oh, man.
Gotta have the word dick in it, though.
He said that he claims that the person who made the complaint about him is a junior to him and is allegedly actuated by malice. So he says he probably thinks that like they were trying to take his job or whatever, his position. So they were trying to like get him fired or whatever. You know, yeah, fire this guy. He's a dick. But who knows?
You know, I'm sure it's happened before in other companies where maybe they got repositioned, but maybe I'm sure there's a lot more to it. They just fuck it, fire this guy, get rid of him before becomes an even bigger issue.
Yeah, I mean that's where I gotta like stop them there because they didn't try to get you fired. You got yourself fired. Like, like that has nothing to do with them at all. You shouldn't be doing that kind of shit.
Yeah. Says here he worked for EA for a long time, and that he was actually responsible for 420 people working in Galway in France, and another people who worked in Texas. So he was like the boss of them or whatever. Not no more.
No, he's gone. Yeah.
Sucks, man.
You can jump up and down all you want, but it's still, your fault. You screwed up, so.
Yeah. In other news, people are mad at Red Dead Redemption 2, claiming that Red Dead Redemption 2 Rockstar was racist towards cats.
Yeah.
It says here that in the game you can head over to a dog and pet him and, be nice to them and pet them, etc. But when you run up to a cat, you can only be nice to them, but it only, like the character Arthur Morgan, he only says nice things to the cat, but he cannot pet them.
Hell no.
So people are mad. They want Rockstar to go back and let you pet the cats. Yeah.
Why not? Go play Assassin's Creed Origins, man. You can pet as many cats as you want in that game.
Like, is this even really a story? Like,
yes.
Is this really what we're getting into now?
Like, story. Like, there's a petition for this.
There is I don't know who he is, but I think it's a he. He even said, like, it's not in this article, but I read it on Twitter or Facebook that he said he was triggered by this.
People are mad.
Because of his love for cats.
Yeah.
It's not in this article here, but I was like, are you serious?
People are pissed.
Yeah.
If this is the state that things are getting to now, like, this is sad.
The thing about it is we have to read this shit every week, dude. We have to read this fucking news every week. Think about that. We see this shit all the time. People get mad about everything. Literally everything.
Look, here's the thing, Blaise, is you can come into this game and wipe out entire families and steal all their goods, and that's okay. It's all right. There's no, it's not even a thing. But me not petting cats in Red Dead Redemption 2 is triggering me, and it must be done, and I will start a petition.
And that's my point, though. Like, if you're going to get mad about something, get mad about something that's actually relevant. Like,
but I bought this game to pet animals.
Like, I just can't even believe this is actually a story. I mean,
yeah, I couldn't believe it either. I had to reread it, and from what I read, I was like, okay, this dude is serious. He's
fucking mad
by this. Yeah.
People want to pet cats.
Yeah, I want to pet the...
How dare you let me pet a dog, but do not let me pet a cat?
I want to pet the bears.
You think people don't own cats? Is that what you think?
You know what I just realized? This guy is really going to hate State of Decay then, because there's no cats in State of Decay.
Damn it. Can I pet the zombie?
But wait, is there dogs in State of Decay?
There aren't.
So you're saying Undead Labs should put dogs and cats in State of Decay?
Tweeted them right now.
Are we getting this confirmation on the show?
Dogs I can hug. Make it happen now.
I'm gonna tweet at them. I'm gonna tell them, listen to the show. The Blaise Xperience said that you guys need to add dogs and ASAP. That should be your priority number one. Quit all the DLC you're working on. Focus on dogs and cats.
No, but I can see if this person that started this petition that they said, hey, can we just pet both? Can we just make that an option and not add this bizarre I'm fucking triggered thing and how upset I am and how I'm over, I don't know. It just seems bizarre, but
well, yeah, and that's the thing.
Yeah,
it's all about how you handle things because
right.
If they just were calm about it and they're like, well, if you get around to it or something, can you like at least make it so we can actually do both? Like, it wouldn't be as bad, but if you're gonna make like a big deal about something, like, just go home and do something else now.
Yeah. I don't see you need to rally the whole community behind it. If especially if like Red Dead was being, Rockstar was being total assholes about it or ignoring you. But yeah, come on. All right, change your game.
Well, I mean, if you were Rockstar, would you, honor requests like, oh, these people want to pet cats? Like, would you be like, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that right now. It's the next DLC.
Fuck the online. Let's quit working on the online. We're going to focus on the cat petting, guys.
No.
Switch everyone over to the cat petting right now. Everyone, whole team, stop what you're doing. Drop your fucking shit. We're moving to cats.
I think what I would do if I was Rockstar, I'd probably be like, you know what? I think, okay, sure. We're going to do this, fine. Just don't be triggered. We're going to make changes. Just hold on. Wait while we make the changes. Be patient, okay? Have him come back to where he's like, fine, now I can come up and pet it and just watch it. Like, it can just eat your eyeballs out, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, like the standard thing to
every
do
time
is
you pet
like,
it. Every time you pet it, that thing would just
respond to the guy and say,
gouge an eye out.
We'll look into it, and just leave it at that.
Oh, shit. No. Yeah, that's all I have for news this week.
No gaming company's gonna like spend all their time and money focusing on, okay, we have to add petting cats to the game now. Like, unless it's like an actual animal game or something, then okay, maybe. But like, that's not what the game is about. That's not the purpose of the game.
Yeah.
Sure.
But you can dogs, not cats, but yet they have both of them in the game. I'm mad.
That's true. I mean,
I'm fucking triggered, guys. I'm fucking triggered. Why?
How about don't be triggered? How about
why put 2 in the game if you only let me pet 1? How dare you?
It's also about the context.
You're aren't you?
I mean, in the context of that game, in that setting with Arthur Morgan, do you really think Arthur Morgan's going to walk up to a cat and start petting it? Like,
how dare you assume Arthur Morgan doesn't like cats? I'm offended. I'm going to file a lawsuit against you, okay?
All right, you can add it to the one we got.
I'm going to start a petition against you.
I'm
have you disbanded.
Real offended, guys. I mean, cats should get representation too. Yeah.
Cat DLC.
I feel like raccoons.
Online.
Raccoons should get representation as well. I should be able to pet a raccoon. They shouldn't.
And like I said, hug.
They shouldn't run away from me. I should be able to pet them, as well as I want to pet them. They shouldn't run and hide if they see me coming at them with a rifle on my back. They should stand there and let me pet them.
Yeah. Agreed.
Okay.
Let's make this game as real as possible.
Tired of this shit. Tired of games with animals the right way. Okay?
Yeah.
In real life, a cougar will not attack you randomly in the forest. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, it would just sit there and let you pet it. I mean,
it will let you walk by with no problem. No problem.
Next Far Cry game, right? New Dawn's coming out. I want to kiss honey badgers.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Okay, I just went dark there. They probably won't have honey badgers, but they'll have some other mutant animal.
No, they'll have like regular animals in there, I bet.
Oh, like the hyena. It was like a larger hyena. That's what it looks like.
Is there a hyena in Montana?
There is now. Look at it, dude. Look at the screenshot.
Fucking hyena. There's a hyena in Montana now?
Spots.
You sure that's not like a mutated cat?
Well, yeah, it could be. Like a mutated cat, yeah.
Might be a mutated cat.
Right.
Anyways.
Right.
That's all we have for news, people. Let's get into community questions.
Let's do it.
Community question time, Gunny! Leave questions in the Facebook group or Discord, all that good stuff. Fire off the questions, Gunny. Go.
Question time! Jonathan Hall, Pinpoint Red.
Pinpoint Red.
Wait, did I? No, I didn't. No. Okay, so we are HGP group helicopter together, riding over New York.
Nice.
The helicopter wrecks, and you get stranded on the rooftop with one other community member or host. Doors are locked, and you have no cell signal. Who do you see? And yes, the rooftop can have weed. And who don't you want it to be? So we'll have a rooftop garden of...
Do I have my Switch?
You'll have your Switch.
Am I stuck on the rooftop with the Switch?
You can have a Switch.
Okay.
Sure.
Does the other person have a Switch?
Are you going to play Dead Cells?
Does the other person
Together?
have a Switch? I want to know. Does
Yes.
Okay. Ryan,
Oh.
we're gonna fucking Smash Bros.
Oh yeah, that game is out. That looks good.
And then once we get really mad at each other, we're gonna just fight each other on the roof and throw each other off the roof.
There you go.
Because I mean, the doors are locked. No one's coming for you. There's no cell phone service. I mean, when the batteries only last like 2 hours on the Switch. Got 2 hours left.
Okay,
of
but
life.
you can have solar power
Chargers.
yes.
Then we'll keep fighting on the Switch forever till we die.
What if he's been playing Dead Cells? Because Dead Cells is on the Switch. What if he's been playing for like 10 hours? And could you just take a Switch and throw it off the roof? Would you do that?
If he doesn't want to like fight me, I'll probably.
Yeah.
Maybe then we'll real fight. Yeah.
Oh man.
What if you write a message on the Switch and throw it off the building? Well, that probably wouldn't. That was a bad idea, huh?
Yeah, probably not.
It would probably break and. Why the fuck is somebody throwing switches out of the fucking building over there?
Ryan would be over there. I think he'd be over there with like whatever material he can find tying knots into it to climb down the side of the building to
There's no fucking way. Even if you take all your clothes off, you're not making it not even a quarter of the way done.
You're thinking the same thing I am.
I'm
like
thinking like a I'm thinking like a fucking skyscraper, huge building in New York where we crashed. Okay, that's what I'm thinking.
Doors are locked. Shit, can't go
There
down
ain't
the
no
stairs.
fucking way you're going down.
The other
that
thing
side
I'm is like, it says helicopter wrecks and you get straight on a rooftop, but aren't helicopters supposed to land on rooftops? So how did you wreck on a rooftop?
I know how. Did you see what was it? Resident Evil
He was
Resurrection
hot.
or whatever the hell it was.
What happened?
Right?
No, I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
No, that movie Resident Evil.
What about it?
Badass. That's where she wrecked on the plane on the top of that roof with all those people. She was trying to rescue them.
She wrecked the top of a building?
Fuck yeah, dude! In Resident Evil, the movie. I forgot the name of it. Damn, it was a good movie. Love those movies.
What, did she have a switch?
No, unfortunately, she didn't.
She should have taken a switch.
I don't even remember how the hell they got down. I think they all got in the plane and like somehow landed on the ground.
Any flying aircraft of any type.
It's a video game movie.
You should have a switch. I mean, just in
I agree.
case. Just in
You
case.
need some kind of gaming device, some mobile device for sure.
Switch
'cause
is
you'll
perfect.
go crazy.
Yep. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just life.
There's one other hole in this too, that it does say it's a HGP group helicopter ride, but then we're stranded with one member. Well, if it's a group helicopter ride, there should be multiple members,
Well,
right?
the other members died.
Yeah, you only get
So
They
one.
died in the crash? Okay.
Yeah, the other people died in the crash. Yeah. Yeah, that's the only thing I could think of. I'm stuck on a roof on the Switch with Ryan.
I mean, I guess for me, like, who's played a lot of Spider-Man?
Brian.
So then that is my choice because, I'm going to be like, all right, you played a lot of Spider-Man, let's see if you can jump to the next roof. Give it a shot.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Who you, Gunny?
Jesus, I guess we're talking community host here. I think why not you, Jesus? We'll just.
Oh, you're picking me? All right.
Yeah.
We're stuck on a roof. You bringing the Switch?
I'm bringing it. We're gonna fight it out.
All right. As long as
Yeah.
you bring the Switch, we'll be fine. What's the next
And I want to see
question?
Mila just show up.
Oh,
What's her
damn.
name? Her first one from
From where?
Resident Evil. Hell yeah.
Do you want
She'll
her
get
to
us
show
down.
up?
She'll get us down eventually. Yeah.
Okay. I guess. Next
I don't know.
question.
Who do we not want it to be? I don't want it to be Ryan. Fuck that. Fuck
Why
that guy.
not? Why?
No way.
Why?
No, that would be crazy.
With Ryan?
Yeah, he'd
feel
probably
like
throw me off the roof. Fuck you, my Switch. No,
Oh, shit.
my Dead Cells. Yeah. That's what would
No,
happen.
he'd just be like, Gunny, did you buy Dead Cells yet? No. He threw you.
And I'd be like, as I'd be falling, I'd be like, it can't be over Dead Cells. He'd be like, my marijuana growing on the roof as I fell to my ground.
Damn. Fuck.
Fell to my death. Yeah.
It's dark.
And then as you're falling down, he yells, hey, Gunny, it's on sale,
Have you played it? It's a good game.
Shit. What's the next question, Gunny?
Brian Tilp Jr. Am I the only one that didn't see very much purchase hype for the PS Classic? Why did it need you to have bought one? What did it need to get you to buy one of those?
It needed to be cheaper, and personally, I don't care about the mini consoles, man. I just don't. I wasn't able to get the first one. Second one, I've seen it around. I don't want to get it. And then this new one it doesn't interest me. And everything I've read about it, it runs bad.
Yeah.
The games don't seem to be very fun. I mean, they're old games, dude. I mean, do you really want to play those old games? Do you really want to play them?
Also, listen to various podcasts. They talk about, some of the games and why they didn't come out with, crap. I'm trying to even think of what the games were called, but why they didn't come out with the second installment, which were a lot better, and it's probably tied into licensing. Excuse me. But maybe $49, a great stocking stuffer. I think. Hey, why not? I mean, if it was $49, it might be.
Definitely. If it was $49, I would consider it just as a decoration to put in the house.
I think it would be cool to have one by my living room TV.
Yeah, something like put it downstairs in the living room or something. But fucking
USB hookup,
$100.
Yeah, it's too much.
Too much. I mean, are you interested in this, Blaise? I mean, do you like the classic consoles or whatever, the mini consoles? No.
I mean, I'd be interested, but honestly, I'm not opposed to it at all. If I had as much money as I wanted, then would I buy it? Probably. I'd probably try it out. But honestly, if I'm going to buy anything, then it's going to be a PS4 before anything else. So right. I don't have a PS4 yet. So I'm not going to, let me get the PS Classic. I would rather save money for a PS4 than buy the PS Classic. So
it's just expensive and useless, I think. But
yeah,
whatever.
But now that the hype has died down, you do see a lot of people posting pictures on social media and stuff with the Nintendo Classic, and I've seen them at Target. So
yeah.
Well, and also for me, I'm familiar with Xbox. I've been with the Xbox since the first one came out now, and for me, I don't see the point because Xbox has backwards compatibility. So that's what I'm used to. I mean, I'd rather play my Xbox, which I can play old games anyways. So to me, the solution is, how about we don't have a PS Classic and PlayStation just gets off their butt and actually makes backwards compatibility.
Yeah, and I think we'll see that with the next console. I definitely think we'll see that with PlayStation 5.
Definitely, yeah. Backwards compatibility will be a thing all the consoles have all the time moving forward, I think. Next question.
Yeah, come on, Brian. Again, what animal do you wish you could own as a pet? What animal do you not understand that people own?
So personally, I want to own a monkey.
Me too.
That'd be cool, I think.
I always wanted one. And we have a community member. What is his name? I totally forgot.
Dude, what the fuck is his name?
We haven't heard from you in a while. He's usually on Discord.
Ricky Alfaris.
Yes. Was it Ricky?
Yeah, it's Ricky.
And he's kind of given us hints of how difficult it can be owning a monkey.
Yeah.
But I always... Yeah.
Aren't they difficult to clean up after stuff?
He has a little monkey. He says they're really cool, really smart, but it's kind of a bitch to own them. Yeah.
Right, especially when he has company over, so I can...
Yeah, he says that they're very protective, so if company comes over, they'll attack the people that show up, because they're very protective of their people or their group or whatever, yeah. So it makes sense. So he says he has to lock them up. Every time company came over, he had to lock them up and keep them away from the other people.
You know what?
Make sure you don't open that one bedroom door over there. He's in there.
You're right. Yeah, he'll come out.
Where's the bathroom? To the left or to the right? Make sure you don't open the wrong door.
You will claw your face off.
Imagine going over to a friend's house and you go to the restroom and you've been drinking or partying or something and you open the wrong door to a bedroom and a fucking monkey just jumps at your fucking face. Fucking monkey making monkey noises, just jumping at you, clawing your fucking face off. That'd be fucking weird.
In your face, like actual feces.
What do you do against that? You punch the monkey? You punch the monkey? What do you do to defend yourself from a monkey, man? It seemed like they would be really
for
fast.
me, I'd have a different answer, though. I mean, for me, I want an owl, and I think that'd be really good because if you're sleeping at night, the owl's going to be up and the owl's going to be kind of watching over your place. So it's kind of like a free guard dog. Like the owl is actually going to alert you if anyone breaks into your place. Yeah. So I think the owl is like kind of a built-in security system.
I've always felt like owls were kind of creepy though. They got those big fucking eyes that don't blink. They just look at you. Do owls blink?
I think so, yeah.
I've never seen an owl blink.
Go on YouTube.
But you set your owl right in front of your door. If like anyone ever broke in,
owls are mean. The owl's right there. Owls are fucking mean. You seen videos? I've seen videos of owls attacking people, man. Like people riding their bikes through parks and shit, or like running. Like people going on through a park and they'll go underneath a tree or something. Fucking owl will attack them, dude. They'll just attack you because they're like, "Fuck you, motherfuckers."
They got some big claws. Yeah, I wouldn't mess with them.
Yeah, an owl would fuck your shit up, man. They got huge claws.
I've been attacked by birds.
So it's perfect.
So I can imagine with those.
You don't even need like the ADT.
But you get the same effect with the monkey. Like you get like the monkey protects your house. If a burglar breaks in,
it's a lot harder to clean up after that, I think.
A monkey.
Where's a diaper?
Just
you can potty train it.
You could probably get to like use a toilet or something.
Right, and you know how like if the monkey's like up all night, like you can just chain it to. It can go in. Make a couple waffles.
Yo, monkey, make breakfast, monkey. Monkey knows to breakfast in the morning.
Wait, it's not a slave, Jesus. It's a pet. Come on. You can't have it do all the work for you.
Yo, a monkey making breakfast, lunch, and dinner. What if you make a monkey into a maid? Oh, man, that'd be perfect. The monkey maid.
I'll just stream video games all day. just hear
the monkey does all my work. I just sit here and play games.
Bring me a Red Bull, monkey.
But Jesus, the real question though is, if your monkey does a dance and Fortnite steals it, can you sue them?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Your monkey dance. The one pet that I don't understand people owning is like a fucking tiger or a lion.
Yeah, that one's kind of like.
Because there's people that own them and like legit keep them in their house, like legitimately like keep them in their fucking house, like sleep with them and go around their bedrooms and sleep on their beds, and like they sleep with a fucking tiger or a lion. And it's no fucking way, dude. There's no way I would sleep with the lion. Because sometimes I like to toss and turn when I sleep. And what if like I turned really hard and like, the fucking tiger in the face with my arm, and it like woke up.
You're gonna lose an arm.
Yeah, and it woke up startled, right? Like you wake it up and you freak it out because. Have you ever done that to a cat? Cats freak out, right? Like they'll just jump up real quick.
Or you step on his tail by accident.
Yeah, the fucker fucking bites your paw off. What are you gonna do? Take his teeth out? You can't take a fucking tiger's teeth out.
That's true. Yeah. Damn.
I guess I understand.
The one thing I never understand that people can own is like large snakes.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
The big
one
ones,
too.
like, and then they escape, and then you're like, I lost my snake. You got to go knock on all your neighbors' doors.
My python escaped, guys.
Everybody's locking up the doors and pouring the doors up.
Snakes fit through anything though. They fit through like pretty small spaces, dude. Their skeleton collapses and shit, so they could fit through a lot of shit.
Yeah, I can see owning snakes, but not like the big giant ones. Like, no, don't keep that thing in your backyard, please, if I'm your neighbor.
Or people, have you seen people that sleep with like their huge pythons and shit?
Christ, I know. And then you
wrap them around they wrap them around their body and just like sleep with them. I'm gonna take a nap with my python. Oh, look at me. Like, fuck you, dude. No way. No fucking way you can get that thing close to me. I wouldn't even pet it. I wouldn't even fucking touch it.
Right?
Yeah.
No Too much.
Can you see people owning? Place.
I mean, I would probably agree with your answer, honestly, because I don't want to die in my sleep or anything. So I kind of be there with you on that. I guess the other one would be like maybe something that's like an aquatic animal, which like you can't obviously keep in your house, like not like a fish tank fish, but like say like a shark or like a whale or like something like that you obviously can't keep in your place that you'd have to like go visit all the time. Like
you can keep it in the pool. No chlorine.
Put the shark in your pool.
Sure. Got a fucking big ass sperm whale in my
shark
pool.
In my fucking pool, motherfucker. Yeah.
Go swimming. Go ahead. I dare you. Grab an inner tube. Have fun.
The only exception may be a dolphin, because a dolphin you can interact with the dolphin a lot more, but like what are you going to do to interact with a shark besides die? So
I'm pretty sure people could pet sharks. I've seen videos. People in the ocean, divers.
Invite the kids over.
I mean, it depends on what type of shark. Some sharks, I think, are a little bit more friendly.
Mm-hmm. I still wouldn't own one. I'm just saying. I've seen people pet them. I just wouldn't own one myself. No fucking way either.
Pool cleaning service comes over,
Yeah.
He gets bit in half, and then you're like, oh, man, I forgot to feed the shark. Oh, shit.
Yeah, sorry, dude.
Yeah.
Next question, Gunny.
Next one, Ryan Gibson. This guy. What do you think about Dead Cells?
I already said
not Duracell. The game Dead Cells winning Best Action Game at the Game Awards. Will you buy it now? It's on sale again.
Well, I did. That's why I bought it.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning it.
I bought it because it won an award. If it wouldn't have won an award, I wouldn't have bought it.
Because you wouldn't have known about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have known. I mean, if I would have never watched the Video Game Awards, I would have never known what this Dead Cells game is and how great it is. Honestly, like, no one brought this to my attention. I do not know what people are thinking.
That's really sad. Somebody should have told you about that.
Someone. I mean, you'd figure one of the guys on the show would have told me, but no, nobody's told me. What the fuck?
No, nope. Not a word. No, it's well known. Thank you. We love you, Ryan. Thanks for mentioning it. Next question, Raphael Cintron. Speaking of, with all the amazing titles dropping from January till March, which there are a lot of titles, what will you buy day one? And what will you wait and see? My definite day will be Anthem. My wait and see will be The Division 2.
No, I'm buying Division 2 day one. I'm buying Anthem day one. I'm buying pretty much everything that I'm interested in day one. But of course, like Crackdown is like, I'll play it on Game Pass. All those games I'll play on Game Pass that are coming. Mortal Kombat is a wait and see for me because I've never been a huge fighting game person, but I do like them.
Now, I got a question for you, Jesus. Stop right there. And that was going back to the OG Horrible Gamers. I remember you and I'm not sure how you obtained the game, but you and Iams and Brink, you all played Mortal Kombat, whatever number it was at that time, and you were all just in love with it.
Yeah, but I mean, this is still a wait and see for me. I mean, I guess I'm really huge into fighting games, and but out of all of them, I've always liked Mortal Kombat the best. So I think it'll be a fun game. I'm just waiting to see some gameplay. And maybe I'll pick that one up on day one. Maybe I'll wait for it to drop down in price a little bit, because they usually do. Fighting games, and mostly most games, drop in price within a month from the release. Yeah. Less than a month. Look at Fallout. You can buy Fallout right now brand new for like $40.
Yes.
Anywhere. Go anywhere. Fucking buy, I think, $40.
I haven't heard it was like 35 in some places, right?
Yeah. So, and then, like Battlefield right now on sale, $30, $40. Like all these games go on sale so fast that I'm even considering, like, if it wasn't for the podcast, I would wait a month and not buy these day one. Seriously.
Right. Same here. Yeah. We've said that before. We didn't do the podcast. We would be like, we're waiting for sale.
Waiting for sale on everything, because everything gets a fucking sale, But even Red Dead is on sale right now. Everything's on sale.
And we've always got that countdown to New Year's through Xbox. And then you've got Best Buy and Amazon, who are just constantly competing all the way through Christmas. So, yeah, for sure. For me, that'll definitely be a day one purchase, a pre-order. Anthem looks good. I will pick that up day one. The Division 2, I never got into the Division 1. I've tried it several times. Didn't understand the Dark Zone thing.
I'll be in a better position to game and actually stay on top with people and keep up the grind. The problem with that was when it came out in a time of my life where I was really busy all the time, constantly working 2 jobs and going through a divorce and shit. So, like, not a good time to be gaming on a game like that where you have to constantly be online and connected. It's kind of around the same time that the Division came out, and also Destiny came out around that same time. Like, Destiny came out, like, I want to say either a week or a week after I split up with my ex-wife. Like, it was close. So,
and those are both games that are similar in fashion.
Yeah, they want you to grind, right? They want you to be online all the time.
And I will say with Destiny 2, it's a little different from what Brink talked about with that DLC, where you can just jump in and play. Yeah.
But I mean, that's the reason that I wouldn't get into those games heavily. Nowadays, I feel like I would be able to get into the Division quite heavily and really enjoy it and stay up up to date with like what's going on in the game with everybody else. You know what I mean?
Right.
But about the only thing that I could see getting in my way for the Division is another game out and me being stuck on that game over the Division. But that's it. I look forward to those games.
What about you, Blaise? Anything you're mostly...
Yeah, for me, I would say Generation Zero, I'm going to definitely get day one whenever that comes out. They haven't said the release date yet, but I know it's coming out next year, so I'm definitely getting that day one. As far as wait and see, I would probably say Wasteland 3 I might be more wait and see on, just to see if I'm going to be able to put as much time into it as it's going to take, because I know that's going to be a RPG that I'm going to have to spend a lot of time on to get a lot. So I don't know if I'd be able to afford that much time, so I'd probably wait and see on that one. And also wait and see would probably be something like Crackdown, because as she just said, I'm going to play it on Game Pass, so I would have to really love it to actually want it, because if I can already play it for free, then it would definitely be a wait and see whether to buy it or not.
Yeah. Good. All right. Next question. Andrew, news guy. You don't, on Twitter. Has anybody seen my friend Gavin? He's looking for his friend Gavin.
No.
Gavin.
Nope.
Gavin.
I might have seen him in State of Decay, but if I did, I think I saw him.
Ooh.
Shit.
I'm sorry.
I've been looking at Red Dead Redemption 2 for him, and I cannot find him. So
fucking Gavin. Where is Gavin in that game? Someone has to find Gavin.
Dude, I keep thinking I'm going to see it on Twitter or like YouTube, and somebody's going to be like, well, I found Gavin, and here's the secret on how to help Gavin. But no. It's got to be some kind of internal joke from Rockstar.
The person who finds Gavin is going to be famous forever.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So someone
thinking,
needs to find Gavin. The hunt for Gavin is on us.
I think we're going to get see something from Rockstar, from one of the devs will be like, dude, this was like an inside joke because totally Gavin was always in the restroom, man.
It totally is. It's like, something where like...
Every time we needed to code this game...
Kid, Gavin was always gone. That motherfucker... Yep. That's totally what it is.
Christopher Martin asked, rumor is that the new systems will not be set up to use physical media. Do you think this will be acceptable now? Remember the last time this was with the last generation we're supposed to have, and there was backlash. Well, you know what? Let me start off, Chris, by saying it was rumored by Microsoft that they would not have this, console, and that received backlash. It was never by anybody else, by Nintendo or... I mean, I think everybody rumors it when they talk about the future of consoles, from any company.
Yeah.
Do I think it's acceptable now? Gosh, well, I think Microsoft kind of put it out there like, look, we want to make this new Xbox One S without, what do you call it? The freaking DVD player. Yeah, disc drive. But then they're at the same time, they're also like, hey, we are going to make a full-fledged Xbox console that does everything.
So I don't know I definitely think that the next generation will have a disc drive, and it's not because of the games. I don't think it's going to be because of the games. I think the reason they're going to put the disc drive into the next consoles is because of movies. Regardless of what we think, like I buy all my games digitally. For the most part, I got one game on disc, which is Tomb Raider, which I should get rid of for like 5 cents, GameStop. They're gonna continue to have drives because of movies. Movies come out in 4K format on disc, and people feel like those look better than the streamed versions of 4K.
Well, they do because they have the assets.
Yeah, so people want that. So I think to keep your console a media, like the center of your media of your home, like in that media center, you want your console there. To keep that there, you need a disc drive. Because people want to use movies. People want to watch movies in 4K, and they want to use the disc drive, and they're going to have to keep that in there. Therefore, there's still going to be video games that come out on disc. Because
and if people remember,
if you have it, why not do it, right? Like, if you have it, why not do it? That's what they're going to say. They're going to be like, well, I mean, we could choose not to put it out physically, but I mean, how hard is it to really like get to press? Let's make a few.
No, yeah, probably $30, right, for that cost for each console. But you remember back when Xbox 360 was winning the console generation, and they were doing extremely well, and they did. They won last generation, right? And there was a lot of people that were like, "Hey, look, I still have that PS3. It's my Blu-ray drive player. That's where I play all my Blu-rays, regular." Movies, but we are seeing a decrease. I don't know the numbers. I don't know how many people are not buying those movies, but it is getting smaller.
There's a lot of people that buy movies physically.
Yeah, for
Lots of people. I know people that have like tons of movies.
Probably just buying them on Amazon, right? Versus me not seeing them in a big box store. But
well, the other thing with that too is you have things like Redbox. You buy a Redbox movie, rent a movie for a day, like. Oh shoot! I can't play this. I don't have a disc drive in my console anymore. Like, you got to have that disc drive.
Yeah.
I mean,
the disc drive is there, and it's a plus. It's not a negative. And could you see them making like digital console where like one is maybe not cheaper, but it has a bigger hard drive because the disc drive is gone. So instead of like, see, both these consoles are coming out. They're both 500. Yeah, they're different, but this one is different because it doesn't have a disc drive because it's a digital-only console. But hey, we know digital-only takes up a lot of space. So instead of only having 1.5 terabytes or 1 terabyte, we're going to put 2 in there, to make up. So you're going to need to put that on your hard drive or whatever. I wouldn't doubt seeing them do something like that where they're going to give you the option. You can buy the one with the disc drive or the one without it. And whatever they see sells more, eventually they'll phase the other one out. Like if they see the one with the disc drive selling more,
right,
they'll be like, all right, well, let's discontinue the one without the disc drive because that's not selling very well. Like it didn't sell as much as the other one. We'll phase that one out in a year or two. Let's keep making these ones. I think they might test it. They might just test it, but that's how they're probably going to test it. They're probably going to be like, let's release both of them. Let's give people the option to buy one. See which one they buy, and see how it goes. Because think about it, they could totally do that. Yeah.
My concern is for Xbox. My concern is for them because they're the ones coming out saying, we want to make this. This is a thing that we're looking into. Is when you look at maybe places like GameStop or Best Buy or whatever, and some Joe Blow's coming in there or a mom is coming in to buy a console. Well, this one doesn't have like a thing, so everything is going to be basically online and no physical discs, and it'd be like a total like no in their minds, right?
Yeah.
So I think they would just sell a lot less consoles, versus like the new PlayStation 5. So, but I think we're moving forward fast. We've got this new streaming thing coming up. So
yeah, and then it's like I think for the beginning, I think for the beginning of the generation, it's going to be a test. It's going to be like, okay, this is a test. Let's test this out, and we're going to release 2 consoles. Or it could be that maybe 5 years from now we won't have drives, man, and maybe the mid generation refresh of systems, the slimmer version of the next Xbox and the slimmer version of the next PlayStation don't have drives because they feel like no one's using a disc drive anymore.
Right.
But today, at this point in time, I feel like there's still plenty of people using physical media. And I know Xbox and Sony probably know this because they track everything you do on your system. They're tracking you the whole fucking time. And if you think they're not, then you need a wake-up call. It's tracking every fucking thing you do on that thing.
Right.
Everything you click on, the way you navigate the menus, they got info on all that shit. The way you move up and down, the way you look at games, what you click on, what you don't click on. They know everything about you, your gaming system. And if you have a Kinect, they can see your living room.
Oh, yeah. They can see your movements.
Shit.
They can't see shapes.
Next question, Gunny. Oh, wait, what do you think, Blaise? I mean, do you think that you'd prefer a discless or a disc?
Definitely a disc drive. I mean, you have to have it because the movies you're talking about, plus I still like disc games sometimes, so I like having that option available to me because it's just nice to have a disc sometimes.
Yeah.
For me, I would always pick the disc option, and I kind of agree with you that they are going to test it that way. I think that it's already been said that they're going to have like a cheaper option without a disc drive possibly, but I think it also doesn't need to be where the other. I think they can just, have both options available because it depends on the cost for them. Like if the cost for them to make the console is, say, who knows, $200 and they're charging $400 for it, well, they're still making a good profit either way. So as long as they're making a profit, I think they can still have both SKUs.
I could agree with that. Yeah.
Right.
Because, I mean, a drive doesn't cost much. Like $30, $20 at most. And if you're buying as many as they are, where they're going to buy a shitload and put them in a lot of consoles, that's like, the cost goes down significantly, man, when you're buying something in bulk like that.
Right.
So you're going to get them for like $10 a piece or whatever the hell it is to get a Blu-ray drive. It's not much.
Yes, I think you'd really continue to see both. And they make this discless drive and like no one at all buys it, then they'd be like, okay, well, we can't make a profit on this. So
that's what I kind of meant. Like where if they see the sales of one system, just like this is not even worth it for us. We've only sold 100,000 of these and 1 million of these. Let's make the other one. Obviously, I think that's probably what it is.
Right.
Yep.
Next question.
Is there Brian Tilton here again? He asked, so Soulja Boy has his own console. Will you buy it? We already did that. We're gonna buy it. Yeah, fuck yeah, we're gonna buy it.
$19.99 Soldier Watch.
Get your watch. It tells time. It has a clock.
Link in the fucking show notes.
Wait, it tells time?
It tells time.
Oh,
it has a clock.
So cool.
Clock, yes, that's what it says on the website. Clock, yes.
And when it stops,
cool. I'm all in now.
Totally.
When the clock breaks after 1 week, I'm still going to wear it for the next year because it's Soulja Boy.
Soulja Boy.
Soulja.
Yeah.
Must pronounce that
Next
correctly.
question.
Discord questions. Me dumb send food. Ass. Game most hyped about from Video Game Awards. He says he's hyped for Atlas.
It looked really fucking cool. I thought that game looked pretty neat. I forgot to mention that on the list of games that got announced. That game looked really good. It looked like just a playground. Whatever you want to experience, come here and experience it. It seems too ambitious. I honestly think it seems way too ambitious for the Xbox. But they said it's coming out to Xbox Preview next year. And Ark did that, and Ark is a pretty big hit on Xbox. Like lots of people play it.
On everything, yeah.
Yeah, so this might be another. I think I might check it out when it comes to preview. But my biggest hype from the Game Awards was that Outer Worlds game. That game looks.
And that would be mine too.
That looks
Outer
so
Worlds.
good.
Every time I look at that screenshot and the gameplay, trailer for Outer Worlds,
yeah, it looks like
totally.
Fallout.
No, dude, Borderlands, dude.
It's like Borderlands meets
Isn't
Fallout.
that Claptrap's head?
When I said
dude?
when I saw it, I was watching it with Ryan and Eric and you in the party. The first thing I said was, "This is a fucking Fallout meets Borderlands type fucking game." It looks really colorful, but it looks like Fallout. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Looks good.
Yeah, that's totally Claptrap's head. So cool masks, really neat art style.
What about you, Blaise? What did you look forward to?
For me, it would have to be Scavengers, which is a game by a new studio, Midwinter Games. And this is a game that seems to involve some PvE and PvP elements. And it's sort of like a co-op competition based. And it sounds like you have to do objectives together with your team. And you get to face the environment and face your possible other players at the same time. So
Yeah.
I forget what mode from Halo. It was Warzone from Halo. It's like that apparently.
Yeah.
That's kind of what they're yeah. So they're modeling it after that, and it's going to be kind of like that, but more in depth and a lot bigger maps, things like that. So it seems like an interesting concept. Yeah.
It looked kind of cool. I remember seeing that trailer. I was like, "What is this shit?" And then now the more you explain it, seems like you looked into it. It sounds pretty damn cool, actually. Yeah, it sounds like a pretty interesting game.
Yeah, so that's what I'm looking for. I don't know when it's coming out yet, but we'll see. So
2 years from now, next gen consoles. Wouldn't doubt it, to be honest.
It might be. I mean, I know that they're taking sign-ups for playtesting. So.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe next year, and maybe next fall.
So I guess they're taking sign-ups right now, and you could be like one of the first people to playtest the game. And I think January they're starting the first playtest. So
wow.
I don't know.
All right. What's your next question, Gunny?
I think that's it. I think we're done with questions.
Awesome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to the show. You can find Mr. Blaise Xperience on the Blaise Xperience Podcast, a podcast I listen to, Gunny listens to, you should listen to, because I get a lot of information from you, man.
Thank you for that.
Hot tips on State of Decay.
For sure. A lot of details. I'm driving.
You make Sea of Thieves sound so fucking cool every time I hear you. And I'm like, I get so fucking psyched up, right? I get so psyched up in my mind. I need to go home and play Sea of Thieves, quit my job right now and go home and play it. And then I get home and I'm like, this is fucking boring. What the fuck am I doing wrong? I don't get it, dude. I don't understand. I don't honestly understand what the fuck I'm doing wrong. I've tried playing it by myself. I tried playing it with randoms. I tried playing it with friends. It's just not a game I like. But you fucking make it sound so damn cool. I'm like, this sounds fucking cool, man. Like, the way you explain the Megalon and the fucking Kraken and the ghost ships and the forts and all this shit, all this crazy adventure you went on. And I'm like, I want to do that. And then I get on there and, like, the other day, I told myself, you know what? I want to start a Sea of Thieves. And I'm going to go and do a sloop solo, and I'm going to merchant missions, and I'm going to be a merchant. And that lasted about 10 minutes. So.
I think your problem is you're not playing with me. I mean, you got to play with me to have these fun experiences.
It must be, man. It's something that happens, and I get frustrated with myself because I'm like, this is so fucking lame. Like, playing in a sloop, I got so bored. I'm like, this is lame. I have to look at the map. I have to go raise the sails. I gotta angle the sails. I gotta make sure my ship isn't gonna crash while I look at the map.
Monty and I played the sloop, though. I mean, the friend I play with that was on the podcast. We played the sloop, 2-man sloop.
But I was playing solo sloop. That's a little different.
You can still have fun with a solo sloop, though. You just gotta, talk to yourself.
Not fun. Not fun, man. I had a bunch of shit on my ship too. I had like chickens and. I had I found the mermaids with the beads on them, so I took some of those beads off the mermaids. I had like all this shit on my ship, like fucking. I found like golden cups in this island, like a bunch of them. I just put them all on my ship, so I had like all this shit, and then I couldn't even be bothered to like take that back to an outpost and cash it in. I was like, this is boring. I'm not even gonna like try. I'm just gonna like quit right now, and I did. I don't know. I don't get it. It's not for me, I guess.
Yeah, maybe it's not for you. I mean, to be fair, I don't play it too often anymore. Like, I play it probably, at maximum, I probably play it 3 times a month. So, I'm not even playing it once a week, every week. You know what I mean? So, I mainly play it when there's a new content update, and I try out all the new stuff for the content update because I talk about it in the podcast. But... when there's not a content update, I'm not playing it all the time because I'm too busy playing State of Decay usually. So,
all right. Well, find his podcast there, but you can find me on Xbox Live, gamertag Jesus Walks a Lot. This week I'll be playing some more Battlefield 5. I'll be doing the State of Decay 2 Undead Trials, which I'm probably gonna fail miserably at, but I'll try.
I will go on Twitch and laugh at you.
Fuck you, dick. Support
no, I'm laughing
me.
at everybody. It's fun, man. It's
Support
fun.
me.
It's good fun.
Don't laugh at me. Support me.
I won't troll you in the comments.
Gunny trolling me the whole time. Gunny, you got to do, Gunny.
I will say, if anyone wants to watch Jesus play in his first match, it's going to be 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. on Monday, and you can view that match on Sarkoth's Twitch. So that's going to be twitch.tv/Sarkoth, so SARCOTH. That's how you can view Jesus.
We'll post that in the group when it's time.
Sarkoth. Oh man, I need to pay him off.
And on Twitter.
I need to bribe him, message him. Hey, I'll pay you off here, buddy. Make me look good. Make sure the camera's not pointed at me when I fuck up. I mean.
No, he'll just be like, and Jesus has 0 sacks. He'd be like, you give him like $20 to be like, how many do I have now?
20.
I will create highlight reels.
Oh man. All right. Okay, guys, that's where you can find me, ladies and gentlemen. Where can we find you, Gunny?
Find me on Xbox Live, and on Steam under gamertag Gunny Chief. One word, Gunny Chief.
Gunny Chief. And this week,
and on Twitter, Gunny Chief.
This week we were making up for last week, man. Fucking
damn.
Long show today.
Wow.
Imagine our game of the year. Imagine
at breakfast. We're ending it.
Imagine game of the year. Holy shit, man. We're going to be here for 13 hours.
I'm getting back spasms just sitting here. Holy.
Getting back spasms.
Man. Suing you.
Man.
Yeah, I told my wife I thought we would be done like 2 hours ago.
Where can we find you, man?
You can find me on Xbox or Twitter at Blaise Xperience. That's capital B Laise, capital XPERIENCE.
All right. And your podcast? One more time.
Yes, and my podcast is the Blaise Xperience. I go into depth on the mechanics and strategy of games. So if you want to hear, more about a game that I'm talking about, then definitely check it out, and I'll talk to you more about that game.
Yep, he does. Telling you, I learned a lot of shit. He makes Sea of Thieves sounds really cool. And then I go
play
it.
That.
But State of Decay is cool. I like that. That game is cool. The other one, though, it's not cool. But, I mean, it is what it is.
I made Darwin Project sound cool, too.
You did. It's like, I'll say it right now. Like, you made it sound cool as shit on the show. Oh, man. You got that fucking hype. You're a game hype man.
You got to remember, Blaise, Jesus only plays good games.
Yeah, I only play good games. Remember, guys, I told you this before. I only play good games. Ashen is not a good game. Don't play Ashen.
You just got to wait for Ashen 2. It is fun.
I totally want them to do that now. Release Ashen 2. Ashen 2, underneath the name, It Is Fun.
That should be the title of this show.
I'm going to totally do that now.
That should be the title of this episode, yeah.
Anyways. Peace out, Brussels sprouts. See you on the next week edition of the Horrible Gamers Podcast. We're out of here. Game of the Year show is coming up very soon. Stay tuned for that. We're going to announce that next week when we're going to do it. Also, we will have voting polls for the community's votes on games from the year for the different categories. I'm going to make polls in the group. Keep an eye out for those. And those will be going up this week, as well as the week after. We're going to have a few weeks of polling for you guys to get in there and vote for your favorite shooters, your favorite multiplayer game, the different categories we're going to do. So we'll see what happens with that. Anyways.
Can I make a request?
What's your request?
Can you at least put State of Decay in one category for me?
All four of them say State of Decay too?
Zombie survival game. State of Decay 2, automatic win. Woo! Oh man, we'll try.
Put it in one category so I can vote for it once. It's probably not going to win, but
yeah.
Anyways, we'll see you next week, ladies and gentlemen. Goodbye.
Take care.
Good night, horrible people.